Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Mythical Rollers. We are a community dedicated to the art of tabletop role-playing games. We have people from all over the U.S., Canada, and Australia who join us in our adventures and good times. We play D&D, GUI Cube, random one-shots, and we recently have started our painting stream where our mythical moderator Minkers paints with Cuttlefish Colors, who is one of our Twitch partners over at Cephalopod Studios. Links to him and his dope ass paints can be seen down below where it says Mythical Partners. You can go check out his Twitch stream and check out his store. Um, Pretty soon, that link below will change to a link with Mythical Roller discounts to everybody in the community to get, I think it's going to be a 15% discount to anything in the store. So that's pretty fucking huge if you're into painting. I bought his paints long before Mythical Rollers was a thing. I bought the whole big giant set of awesomeness, 200 some odd colors, and I liked them. I liked them so much that while watching his stream and him dropping a line about how he wishes he could get back into D&D, I roped him into one of our games, and now he's a player. So there's that. But yeah, he's been painting for 20 plus years. Go check him out if you're into painting and you're curious about how to get different colors, how he got different skin tones. He is very active as far as answering any of those questions. Very good resource. And then because he makes his own paints and sells them, like he knows a lot. Um, and his paints are nice. If you're an airbrusher, they go right into the airbrush without you having to cut it with anything. They blend well. They don't need water like some of the other brands. When you shake them up for 20 minutes and you do a couple of drops, they come out thick, and you got to get your dropper of water, do a couple of squirts, mix that up before you start painting. Like, no, you just drop one drop, like really like one drop of each color is all I've ever really needed for a basic size miniature to cover the miniature for the places that I wanted to for those colors. So I would go check them out. We in the middle-ish of this month we did a raffle for one of his paint sets, which we shipped off to Canada for the winner, which was Captain Canada. We will be having another raffle for another paint set from Cuttlefish Colors starting February 5th during our Horde of the Dragon Queen game. That raffle will last for 2 weeks. We'll pick a winner. We'll ship some paint. We'll do this a couple of times, and there will be extra super secret surprises with this kit. Um, you'll just have to win to figure out what the super secret surprises are. Excuse me. So yeah, we'll get that going again. Um, I do have a couple of just kind of, I don't know, they're not really, I'm like really bright. Let's turn that around. I don't know why I didn't notice that before. There, I'm not as dumb bright. Um, we do have a couple of just shout outs that I want to do, mainly because we use a lot of tools, and I like to give credit where credit is due. So first of all, we obviously, I don't know if obviously, but we use D&D Beyond for character creation. I use it for the encounter builders. I use it for monsters, creating homebrew content. They don't sponsor us in any way, shape, or form, but I just want to give a shout out that D&D Beyond is fantastic for those resources. That's what we use. We also use the D&D Beyond extension. So those of you at home, you can click on the Twitch chat, see the different people, their characters load up, see what their current hit points are. If you like what they one of their builds, you can click on it and see their build, and try to make it yourself. Maybe you want to try that character out, tweak it a little bit. You definitely can. Um, we use Roll20 as our maps We use them for the maps. We put our tokens on there. We use the dynamic lighting for it. Roll20 is a fantastic way where not just me can control tokens, the players can control tokens. There's nothing to install. It's all web based. So that that was kind of a cool thing for us to do. Um, and then for our custom tokens themselves, we use Hero Forge. I have the players go through, make their character, paint their characters up, and I turn those into tokens, which you can see up on our screen. And actually, I need to fix our screen. There you go. Now you can see it on the screen. Yeah, those are all. I mean, all the player ones are made from Hero Forge. Some homebrew NPCs are also made on Hero Forge. If any of you watch the Waterdeep game, Leaf was made from Hero Forge. So we use them. They're pretty cool. And then our sounds are from Sirenscape, and because epic games need epic sounds. Uh, if you're interested in any of the sounds that we use, you can check out the links below. For all of the games, I have the sound sets that we use for each chapter pre-listed linked below. You can just click and see what we use. So if you want to introduce them to your own game, you definitely can do so. They do require a subscription, but it is relatively inexpensive if you go full term with it. And in my opinion, it adds a layer of immersion that you just won't really get. Um, like Wizards of the Coast teams up with Sirenscape for a lot of the modules. The Curse of Strahd sound set is phenomenal. This one, Rime of the Frostmaiden, I think the Blizzard and Avalanche sounds are fantastic. Like if I close my eyes and turn off my heater because I'm in a basement, I feel like I'm in the fucking blizzard. Like I'm just like, and then it doesn't hurt that I'm already blue anyway. So, um, yeah, you can check all that out. I've got links all down below. Um, and some of you may have noticed that we've recently had a logo update from our player inspired logo that was made on a version of Adobe from 1998 to paying an actual digital artist. So if you're curious about maybe some custom art, you can go check out the guy who did our logo. His name is Carl Huber. You can check him out at carlh.com or at Natural20Shirts on Twitter. Check out his art. Check him out. Maybe you want some stuff done. He's a pretty cool guy. Very responsive. Um, this was a quicker process than I was expecting for the logo to take. And with that, we will be starting up the new merch store very, very, very soon. It's technically up down below, but there's only a couple of items. Um, I really want to get some better things because we have a banner that is of a larger dragon that has the mythical rollers and a dice spread out, and in a small little script it says "roll for fuck you die damage." We have "roll fuck you die damage" as a logo to put onto stuff because I was told by one of my moderators I apparently say that a lot, and it has become our catchphrase apparently. Instead of how do you want to do this from Critical Role's Matt Mercer, I'm roll fuck you die damage. That's it. Hashtag roll fuck you die damage. Spread it around. We're gonna get that. We're gonna push that out. Um, our battle royale, we didn't have as many people as we were hoping. We were hoping for 10. We ended up with 7. Um, Surprise gift for everybody who participated. They all got a magical boon to increase one ability modifier by 1. So just participating, you got already increase, and then some of them are will be getting in the mail some sweet, sweet loot, and I'm actually going to be me and another are talking about splitting the 4 hour drive difference into 2 hours and having lunch and signing some stuff for another player who won a dice set. So I'm trying to see how many of that we can actually do depending on where everybody is at. It'll probably be I might have to just start drop shipping it with return labels to the next place, but we'll get it going. And in a couple of days, Mythical Rollers will be able to share more big news with the Twitch and Twitter and Facebook community. For now, that's kind of hush hush, and it was just for the Discord community. And I do know some of the viewers want to join the Discord community. We are working on turning our Discord into an actual community because I still very much want each of the campaigns to have their own private chat and then be able to have viewers communicate with everybody in order to if they so choose. So we're working on that with the painting stream. We're working on adding painting channels into the Discord community so we can just kind of get the whole aspects that we do here in the Mythical Roller family all together in one giant happy community. So those are things coming up more in February. Um, but yeah, I think that's all I have as far as the beginning of the stream's announcements. Um, who would like to remind the viewers at home and our new player what happened last time on Rime of the Frostmaiden? Nobody? Okay, I'll do it then. I'll do it. Nobody wants to step up and volunteer. It'll be the DM who gets the DM inspiration. I'll just give myself a free reroll there. And so,
No.
what happened last time? As the players found themselves in the Great Hall of Battlehammer Clan with dead dwarves everywhere screaming in pain, most of them falling to the ground as their Ubak items left their hands and started to glow. The items seemed to conjoin together before streaming down the 300-foot long Great Hall, smacking into the wall behind. Through some very good investigation rolls and identification rolls, it was found that there seemed to have been some sort of incursion of duergar into the Battlehammer's Great Hall. The fighting was terrible and had ensued very quickly as most of the Battlehammer clans were unarmed. Um, the characters were able to see where tens, 20s of the battle hammers would swarm two or three duergar. You were able to see physical bludgeoning, fist or headbutts or knees or kicks, bruising on the duergar before they were taking the duergar's weapons and trying to fight back. However, the amount of duergar that are slain versus the Battlehammer clan is basically one duergar for every 15 Battlehammer clan, and that includes children. The the Great Hall, 300 by 100, just littered with bodies. Um, as the funeral rites of Ubak were technically still underway, so there was still a celebration of life and passing happening here at the Battlehammer Great Hall. The party followed the direction to where the Ubak items smashed into the wall, and they discovered the wall that was broken was the back of the giant fireplace that is usually lit with blue flame. Looking down, and then to seeing that it's just pitch blackness forever, one of them dropped a torch, and it fell, and it fell, and it fell, and it fell before finally crashing on the ground, and they heard echoes of voices from below. Kind of remembering that direction, plus going based off of Fenris's ability to pinpoint a specific person, it they were jolted into remembering that the the Heart Forge was kind of in that general direction. They proceeded down into the Heart Forge because some of them had been there multiple times, only to discover Forge Hammer with a large black spike through his chest, and Giselle, the Drow supposed slave, defending him against 10, 12 duergar warriors. Battle commenced. Both Giselle and Forgehammer went down. The duergar eventually were vanquished, and healing did not seem to take effect onto Giselle or Forgehammer, but Forgehammer in his death throes grabbed Thynar by the top of his plate armor, pulled him in face to face, and in horrible, heart wrenching common said, "Your clan are traitors!" before chucking Thynar almost off the forge itself into the lava below. And in that brief moment of calm, suddenly, four duergar who were invisible surrounded Reynard and said in broken common to the rest of the party, "Drop your weapons and surrender, or he dies." And that is where we pick up today in Rime of the Frostmaiden. So, if I could have everybody except Marcel roll initiative.
Ooh.
Damn it.
Oh no. It's about to get good.
And there we go. Where? There it is. Bloop. Wrecked. All right. Let's move this over to here. Captain Canada, if you're still there, how is the sound, my friend? Can you hear me? Can you hear the music? Can you hear the players? It's always the hard part about this, is figuring out the perfect balance. Fenris, what did you roll for an ish?
18.
Kappa.
11.
Thynar.
18.
Naval.
I got 3.
Can someone tell me what Gray rolled?
You got a 10.
Reynard.
I got a 5.
Right, so top of the round is the duergar telling you all what they just told you, where they have suddenly appeared surrounding Reynard, weapons drawn just barely above his flesh, his robes that he's wearing, but ready to, at a moment's notice, end his life. So we will skip their turns as they are awaiting your response. Fenris.
I'm going to walk over to Giselle's body and sheath my short swords. And since I have a
Okay.
cloak on, I'm gonna try to hide the fact that I have sheathed my short swords if I can.
You're gonna try to
And
hide what?
my short swords, like underneath the cloak,
Oh,
since I
okay.
sheathed
I
them.
understand. Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
And kneel down to Giselle's body and say, "I'm sorry, my love." And I'm going to pick her body up. And that'll be it for now.
Okay. Thynar.
I'm going to kind of stay where I'm at in that just butt on the ground position and hold movement. So hold getting up and moving potentially. If the duergar decide to attack my comrade, Reynard.
Okay, I'll allow it. Technically, you can't really hold move, but what's fine. Just as point of order, you are face down because when you were pushed, you were kind of flipped backwards onto forwards kind of thing. So when you finally stopped and were skidding, you are face down. You're not on your butt. I just want you picture you are chest on the ground
Okay.
and thinking whatever it is Thynar's thinking after that bomb exploded in his face.
Okay.
Kappa.
As I see all this, I actually walk over to Thynar and try to assist him up, getting him to somehow collect his senses and make him aware of the current situation with the Durgar and our friend Reynard.
How does
Yeah.
Kappa do that? You're saying a lot of things third person.
Oh,
How do you do that?
Kappa's gonna walk over there, um, try to get him not facing the ground, help him stand up. Just try to not forget, but let's focus at hand right now. Our friend is currently in trouble. We have little time to decide what we have to do.
Okay.
So,
I'll nod.
Thynar, do you resist him trying to help you up?
No.
Okay, then I'll let you be standing as just free, and
Okay.
you'll still have full movement because him helping you negates the half movement gone.
Okay.
So your action is to dash towards Reynard will stay, and you just won't suffer the half movement penalty. Cool.
Okay. Perfect.
Kappa, can you move yourself over to where you wanted to be? I don't want to put you like against the wall where I can just kick you off because it'll be you instead of Fenris, who the dice gods apparently love.
There you go. There, yep.
Okay, perfect. Mm-mm. All right, Gray. What are you gonna do, Gray? With your 1 hit point, my friend. Holy mac and cheese. I think Gray. I don't know. Gray sees Reynard. They were kind of mercenary buddies together. Precarious situation. I think what Gray would do is he is going to be hands up because he's a fucking monk. He technically doesn't have his fists are his weapons. He's just going to slowly make his way over to them in as little threatening manner as he can in attempting to be compliant. However, he's going to be holding um, a action to help Reynard if he can. If Reynard ends up somehow getting in range to give a help action too. So he's going to move his speed, which is damn 40. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. So he's coming over here, hands up, and he's going to assist Reynard. I don't know, Reynard. You can kind of tell me how long you guys have been traveling, if you together, if you guys would have developed any sort of codes or anything. But basically, to you, his body language is, "I got your back if you can make it this way." Like he will give you a help action if you're in range to accept it. For him, he can't do that at this distance, so he's trying to get as close to you as possible, but ready to defend you if you can do anything. So that's where that's going to be. Body language though says he's trying to help you if you can do anything to get out of the current situation. And now we are at Reynard.
Okay, so my reaction, all they were doing, is I would immediately want to get away like a wizard. So like I'm a cat. You know how they like do the "Rawr," like surprise sort of
Yep.
thing. So that's kind of like what would happen to me. And then I would like to sort of like move while leaving a decoy behind, so you will, because I have an ability called minor conjuration because of my conjuration school, and I'd like to like make a no. It says an inanimate object. I wonder if I can link it here. It doesn't have any like rolls attached to it, so I don't think I can link it. But it's called minor conjuration. So I can summon an inanimate object no larger than 3 feet on a side and no more than 10 pounds. I basically want a mini version of me surprised, and I want to try to dash away from them towards Gray with my feline grace because my tabaxi skills, feline agility. So you tell me what I want to do.
Okay. Okay. So you're trying to be as non-threatening as possible, but summon a smaller version of yourself in the exact spot that you're at, which it doesn't. It says that since it's a special thing, there's technically no outward appearance of you doing this. There's no you drawing in the air or muttering something to give them any kind of indication you're doing something wanky for them to gut you like a fish. So your illusion goes off, and you're going to try to dash out of all four of these to get to Gray.
With my feline agility, I want to get the
Okay.
heck out of there.
Okay. So what I will do, because that's genius. That's very smart. They're all going to attempt to hit you. But the small version of you, I will say, technically gives you, will technically give them disadvantage.
Okay.
But since they're flanking, they already have advantage. So instead, it's going to be a straight roll for 4 attacks on you
Okay.
in order for you to zoom, get the hell out of this spot.
Right.
So they won't be enraged. They'll be regular attacks, no advantage, whereas before they would be flanking advantage, basically insta-deathing you. This way you have a chance. So here we go. 4 attacks.
Come on.
Attack 1. Next duergar. Attack 2. Next duergar. Attack 3. Next duergar. Attack 4. Roll over here. Okay. Does a 21 hit?
Oh.
Yes.
Okay. Does a 16 hit?
Oh.
Yes.
Does a 10 hit?
Oh.
No.
Does a 13 hit?
Oh.
No.
Now
Okay.
you are factoring in the fact that you have mage armor on, right? Yes.
Yes, my AC is 15.
Woo.
Okay.
Wait. Yes, 15.
Okay.
Yep. I see that. So you're going to take a total of 10 points of piercing damage from the 2 hits
I'm
as
still up.
as you take off, and they all at the same time swing. 2 of them get a lucky cut on your shoulder and the back of you as you feline grace fucking cat double move wherever the fuck you want to be on this map, because cats. That's why.
Right.
As you survive being surrounded by this shit.
Damn.
All right. That's a 60 feet of movement.
Yeah,
So
go. Towards the forge, wherever you want to go. Yeah. Boom. Perfect. Now keep in mind those dead bodies count as difficult terrain, so they're double movement. Through your ally, no, but the dead duergar, yes. So you're only losing 5 feet, so think of it as 55 instead of 60, depending on which bodies you're going over. But basically, anywhere in the middle there, you're pretty safe at, as far as distance that you can go to.
right there.
Perfect. Phenomenal. Yeah, so you guys watch as there's a sudden shimmer around Reynard, and quicker than you've seen him do, because you didn't see him the last time. He is suddenly on all fours, claws digging into the ground, and just so fast you blinked and there he was. Like, that is how quick he was. You went, what the and here now he's bleeding out of a couple of spots. You guys can see that, as when some of those war pick slashes attacks, there were flashes of arcane energy hitting against his mage armor, but some of those still broke through that flash and managed to pierce into him. But now, those duergar are looking at the rest of you all and are livid. They have just been made a fool of. Shit's about to get reals.
Can I make my movements since they tried to attack
You
him?
fucking can, yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna meet him in the middle.
Okay,
And just stand side by side.
for sure. Yeah, that was your held action. You're good to go there. Yeah. Okay, Naval, you have seen all of this transpire. What is it you would like to do?
Can I call a battle minute? Like, does it
Nope.
nope, I cannot.
Nope.
Okay. Do I? Okay, so I did just see him leap out of all those duergar like
You
crazy.
you
That was-
did. You saw the fastest you've ever seen any, and you've seen Fenris take off like pretty quick, but
Yeah.
you're thinking like, man, I don't even know if Fenris can keep up with Reynard at this
Yeah, I'm
point.
like-
Like, that was an obscene
wow.
speed.
Okay. And then can I see the other two magical weapons?
Move your microphone closer. You're kind of cutting in and out as far as the
Can you hear me now?
level.
Is that better? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we're good now.
Yes.
Yeah, say that again.
Okay. Yeah. Am I able to see the other magical weapons created by Forge Hammer in the vicinity around me?
So you see that under Fenris is the shield, and in between Kappa and Forge Hammer is Forge Hammer's hammer.
Yeah. If I
But otherwise,
could-
you all got your items back. They flew to
Yeah.
you.
Okay. If I could, I'd like to attempt to pick up the shield. Like, see if I can pick it up. If I'm able. I don't know what's gonna happen, but I'd like to try to.
Okay. You pick up the shield. Yeah, you pick it up.
Okay. Does it do anything to me, or is it just sitting in my hands?
It's just sitting in your hands as
Okay.
a cold piece of marble blue and silver metal.
Okay. Would that count as my action?
It is, yes.
Okay, that's fine. In terms of movement, I'd like to move up so that I'm next to all of my comrades in case anything were to happen. And then I don't have any usable bonus actions, so I'll call that as my turn.
Cool, cool. Alrighty. At this point, we come back to the top of the round with the duergar, who are pissed off.
I guess. Should we have moved my fox? Was it near me? I don't think so.
I have no idea where your fox would have been. I just put him near you. You can, if you want. Woo! That's not the button I was looking for. Whoops. You can. Gosh darn it! I'm just trying to grab the fox, guys.
I've done that before. It's never fun.
Come on, like just the fox. Here, you can have the fox on that side. I don't care where you put him. He doesn't
All right.
really matter in the great scheme of things currently. So
Okay,
wherever.
that's fair. It's fine.
Okay, so top the round, duergar, who are not happy, right? They are just not at all excitable. I will say that since Reynard went past Gray, according to Gray's sheet, he has not used the shift, so he will have shifted as his help action to kind of defend Reynard running away. So he's going to be shifted. He's going to have 3 temporary hit points, transform into a more bestial appearance. What other cool shit does he get? Temp hit points. Temp hit points. That's it. Perfect. All right. So Duergar 1 in a rage will smack his fists together. You'll watch as he doubles in dwarven size, still staying a medium creature, but his darker black skin cracking and lava seems to be under his flesh as he moves towards Gray. Bloop. And swings at him with his pick. With a natural 20.
Oh my god.
Oh Lord.
Oh.
There goes Gray.
Gray had 1 hit point plus the temporary hit points of 3. I rolled 22 points of crit damage. As this duergar, who is just a little bit taller than Gray, takes his war pick in both hands and just smacks it down, and there's a sickening sound as it pierces into in between these two bones here, but where you would think it would stop, it doesn't. He pushes Gray down to the ground before putting his foot on Gray's face and ripping the war pick out. As Gray, I was not expecting him to die,
He
goes
just dies?
down.
Oh my god.
Um,
Over his max? Oh god.
Gray's max is 15,
Oh
so
yeah.
technically
Mhm.
he's not
Dead.
dead.
But
But when you take 22 points of piercing damage, that hurts. And he's going to step on him, keep coming over. That was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What are their speed? What is their speed? 30? Nope. 25. That's as far as he goes. That's fine. However, the other 3, in rage. 1, 2, kick. 3, 1, 2, using his dash action. 4, 5, 6. So that's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. That's as far as he can get. And 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. That's as far as he can get. That's going to be their turns, with Gray ending up in the lava. I was not expecting Gray to go down that quickly. I really thought the shifted form would give him something.
It's all right.
We're okay. I think it's great.
You also gain additional benefits that depend on your shift or sub-race described below. There's nothing that says racial traits. 3 temporary hit points. Plus 1 point of armor class, which would not have mattered. And an additional 1d6 hit points, but with a 22 would not have mattered. So I was hoping the shifter would give him like some resistance. No, it gives him more temporary hit points, but for this crit it would not have mattered. So Gray Blackpaw goes swimming in the lava. As they are done, Fenris, you heard some shit happen behind you with the panting of cats and slashing of weapons, duergar cursing in a language you may or may not understand, and an audible gasp as those that are turned around to see watched Gray just get pushed to the ground and then kicked into the lava. What do you do?
Well, I'm holding Giselle.
Yes, you are.
Yep.
Does that make me move slower if I move while carrying her?
No, she doesn't. She doesn't weigh enough to limit you, unless your strength is negative. Is your strength negative, Fenris? Yeah.
No.
Then her she doesn't carry anything. Most of her weapons and things are with the shadows, so there's no additional weight. Her armor is basically destroyed. Like, no, she's done.
It's 20 feet. And then... nope, I gotta get closer. Can I... Yeah, I'll go there. It's 30 feet, right? Yeah.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Yeah. Are you still carrying her?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm going to hold my Misty Step for when the duergar are either next to me or just off the bridge. Basically, when they cross the bridge completely.
You do know that Misty Step can't carry another person, alive or dead.
Hmm. Okay. Then
So if you want to retcon what you're doing, go right on ahead. If you don't, you want to try to take an action to still run across the bridge, you totally can. I just want you to know that Misty Step is you only. If you had Thunder Step, that can carry one other person. If you had Dimension Door, that's another person. The Misty Step is just you.
Yeah, I'll hold my action to dash past them if they go across the bridge past me.
So you've already used your move action. You can't hold a dash. I let Thynar because it kind of made we weren't in combat, right? So you can't move and then wait within combat to quickly go again. That's another turn. You know, does that make sense? You understand what I'm trying to say? Like, we weren't technically in combat, so I let Thynar hold his action to dash. You can't hold a dash action in combat itself. So you are here, and here is where you are, or you dash, bonus action, dash, and run past them. Or wait until it's your turn again.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Can I do the dodge action with
Yes, you
her sphere
can.
mine?
Yep,
I'll do that
I'll let
and
that.
sit here.
Yeah, yeah, perfect. Dodge action. Great call. Awesome. Okay.
Mhm.
Thynar.
All right, I don't have a lot. Yeah, basically, as soon as that duergar got up in Reynard's face again, I'm just gonna swing my hammer at him.
Go for it.
I don't like these duergar at all. Period. 13. Ugh.
I need you to actually attack with advantage, as when you start to swing, you feel a presence bolstering your arm, and a voice, an angry voice in your head. Vengeance. Die, 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 die!
Ooh. That's enough motivation for me to try again. 24.
So 7 plus 3 points of fire. The fire doesn't seem to do much to these currently enlarged Duragar, but that 7 points of bludgeoning armor, when you smack into it, I think a 20. Actually, does a 24 fucking hit these bitches? A 24, of course, hits these bitches. Woo! As you swing at them, 7 points of damage. You watch as it kind of it's like hitting rock. It cracks. The arm itself, the skin cracks, and you see like lava. It looks like molten lava is oozing out of their flesh. And they seem more stone-like than flesh-like. Is there anything else you'd like to do?
I will. Let's see. No, I'll stay right there.
Okay. I wonder if I can. I'll have to get a new token set or something where I could put a number on these guys. That's fine. Kappa.
All right. See all that happen. Do I see? Did I notice that the flame effect of Thynar's hammer did not really take effect?
Um, give me a perception check. So, Thynar's hammer, when it smacks and that fire goes off, it's a very quick. It's never been one to like set things on fire. It's never been a concentrated flame. It's been more explosion than anything else. But it did seem as though it wasn't as effective as you would have, like even you would have thought. Like just hearing the impact and the explosion sound, because every time he swings, there's the impact of the hammer, but then there's like a and it seemed more muffled, as though maybe it did something, maybe it didn't.
Not 100% sure.
You don't feel like it did too much. I'll say that. You don't know if it did nothing, but you don't feel like it did much.
Okay. Well, since I'm not definitely positive on that, Kappa will move next to Thynar. And then I will throw a produce flame on this Durgar.
Okay.
Right. Oops.
How many? Whoa. How many times are you gonna click it, dude? 12?
Oh. I goofed. So the first one didn't hit, I presume.
23 does
D8.
hit.
Okay.
23 does hit. 4 points of fire damage. It's similar to what you saw. The fire impacts, but there's like no scorch lines, no typical visual representations of any sort of flame-like damage.
Okay. I do have a technical question. Is a dead body a willing body?
Hmm.
Hmm.
In what way?
Well, the particular action is I can do something, but the person must be willing.
I'm gonna say no. There
Okay.
is no function of the corpse to be willing. They're not resistant, but they're not willing. They just are.
Okay. All
Willing
right.
seems intent, and
Okay.
a dead body, not not a zombie or a vampire, not an undead, but a dead person doesn't have intent.
Okay. Fair enough. Um, that ends my turn.
Cool. Uh, Gray, buddy, you're in the lava. Um, you have 2 death saves already gone because you fell into the lava. And that's the third, so no surprise there. This character's not coming back. That was a 4. He failed. He's dead. Okay, moving on. Reynard. Sorry, Gray.
Man.
I mean, if the player was coming back, we'd be a little bit more serious, and I wouldn't be so
Yeah.
obvious about the rolls as far as the death saves. You guys know. Raynor, what are you going to do, my friend? You've got one of these bastards back in front of you.
I am going to. Let's see. I have been looking to figure out what I want to do. I want to cast Acid Splash at the guy in front of my face.
Okay.
It's just a cantrip. So.
Is that an attack roll, or is that a dex save kind of thing?
It is a.
Dex save. Perfect. At the guy in front of you, which is this guy.
It's both of them. They have to both make a save because it's the guy's within 5 feet.
So the first person fails. And also fails. They will both take 1 point of the acid damage.
It's nothing great. I'm just breathing heavily as I go. Stay back, and then throw a.
Yeah,
Acid splash.
dude, makes perfect sense to me. You do note that the couple of splashes that they got, it does seem to create like a small indention in their flesh, but they otherwise pay it no mind. Anything
That's
else,
my turn.
Reynard? Okay.
No, that's my turn because I'm at 0 movement right now. Well, I can choose to make 0 movement.
Naval, you got a whole bunch of ugly in front of you,
Yeah.
and also the duergar.
Would it count as an object interaction for me to just grab my gun out of its holster so that I have it ready to shoot?
Not
just
if
like-
you. No. I'm gonna say no because you don't have to load yours. I would say no. That's just part of your action because, like, people in melee, part of their action is drawing their sword to attack. If
Okay.
you would have to reload your weapon, I would say yes. But since you don't, because you're an artificer who hacks the system, yeah,
Okay.
pull it out. Take a couple shots. I don't give 7 cares.
Okay, yeah. I mean, if I'm able to pull it out and just, because I would like to try and shoot the duergar that's right behind the one in front of Reynard because I wouldn't be able to get a good shot off at the guy that's right next to me point blank, but I could definitely get the guy that's behind him, I believe.
Yes, but you still have disadvantage on the roll because you have to be paying attention to this person in front of you and still trying to shoot the other one behind. You're not able to 100% focus on the shot. It doesn't matter that you are trying to attack somebody on the other side. You still have somebody in melee range distracting you.
So for either one, it's disadvantage.
It's the same.
shot.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, until
Yeah,
you
free
pick
action,
up
flank it,
dope
flank
feats.
it.
Yeah. Okay. Well then, let's see how this will work. Using my actual action, I'll disengage and move back so I can get a better shot. I'll move to right here, and if
Okay.
I'm I shouldn't get hit.
Nope. You took
Okay.
the
Yep.
disengage action, so that was your action
Yeah.
and your move. Anything as a bonus? No.
I don't have any. The only usable
Oh
bonus
no.
action I can use is two-weapon fighting, and I don't use that, so I have no bonus actions to use. So
Wrecked. I mean,
yeah.
self potion.
Oh, actually,
I
does
don't
that
know.
count as a bonus action? I think I have.
According to hashtag mythical rules, it's
Yeah.
a bonus action for yourself.
I do have a potion of healing, so I will do that if that's allowed to heal myself.
If you want to take a potion, go for it.
Okay. I've never taken a potion before, so I don't know how that works. Oh, here we
If
go.
you
Let's
yeah, it should have dice in there for you to click on. Boom, 6
that-
points of healing back to you.
You know that's healing. Take it.
Yeah, that's big.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Well then that's all I got for me.
All right. As we come back to the top of the order, back to the duergar. I think since he moved, these guys aren't Dumosses. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. This guy is going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Going around here. Technically, Thynar, you get attack of opportunity because it went out of your combat range and back in. So with advantageous, please hold down the advantageous button, the shift, and give us a mighty swing.
19.
A 19 will hit for 10 more
10.
points of damage to this guy. Hell
3 weak
yeah.
fire.
He's your second hit hits him square in the back of the back shoulder area as he's trying to get around, not thinking that you're gonna do anything. As your hammer cracks into him, you watch like spiderweb effect the back of him as just like bits of rock seem just fall off of the back of him, and just it looks like magma-like blood just kind of oozes from his back as he comes back around this way before attacking you, since you just attacked the bejesus out of him.
Oh boy.
I put him in the wrong order. Fudge.
Oop.
It's this guy first. 1, 2, 3. No, 1. Yep, I mean, hang on. So it wouldn't matter. 1, 2, 3. He's gonna come over here saying easy prey. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Action 6, so it's not going to matter. That's as far as he can get anyway. This guy would still move around, so still the attack, still the 10 points. The only difference is this guy's going to move over here to get some dope flanking. And he would move here. But again, that would be the end of his turn. So only one. So he will. Okay, so we'll do against Fenris. We'll do that attack first. How are you carrying Giselle in, like, over the shoulder sack of potato style, or you in front protective style? How are you carrying her?
I have her in both arms in front of me, like cradling her almost.
Okay, so for that, I would give them advantage, but you're taking the dodge action, so it's going to be straight roll. Okay?
Okay.
Because you're not actively doing anything to defend yourself. You are carrying somebody. So, but you took the dodge action, so straight roll. Here we go. Your attacky first. Regular roll. Dun dun dun. Fenris, the dice gods have abandoned you, my friend.
Oh no.
As I rolled a natural 20 on a regular roll. As you take you are yeah, they're big enough. Okay. You're going to take 11 points of piercing damage as this war pick. Oh god, no, you're not. They're wielding this two-handed. Nope, because they're enraged. I'm sorry. You are down. Yeah, they're wielding this two-handed because they're in the rage form, which is 14 plus 9. So 18 points of piercing damage. I'll put Giselle over here with you. We'll bring her body to front. Fenris in the back, because technically as this comes down, the way you're holding and everything just falling, lovers embracing each other as they make their way into the afterlife. Yeah, the dice gods don't love you today, my friend. That is him. That guy only got as far as he could. This guy is the one who is attacking regular roll against Thynar. A natural 1. Why couldn't that be against Fenris, who's carrying the love of his life? Misses. And the last duergar with advantageous against Reynard. For a 21 to hit Reynard.
Hit.
7 points of piercing damage.
I am also down.
Okay. Fenris, as I make your first death save. Thynar, Oathmaker. Surrounded by duergar with a voice inside your head screaming for vengeance.
Do I have eyes on Fenris? A toe, a leg.
You see Reynard down right next to you, surrounded by duergar, and give me a perception check for Fenris. As there are multiple, there's a body on a body there. You do see a bit of Fenris sticking out against the exotic woman laying on top of him.
Okay, I'm going to immediately throw out a healing word at him and see if I can get him up.
I need you to make a wisdom saving throw as Ubak has no fucks and is spurring you on for vengeance.
11.
Okay. Healing word does go off. The DC was only 10.
Okay.
So,
So 10 points of healing
10,
to him.
10 points of healing to Fenris, but you have no idea if it took effect.
Okay.
We,
That's
we
my bonus
won't-
action.
Yep, that's your bonus.
So action, I'm gonna turn around and just smash that duergar in the face with my hammer.
With advantageous.
Yeah.
As
20
a
to hit.
20 will hit, as this guy only had 8 HP left, and you're only doing 6.
It's only one hit.
Oh, he still lives.
Darn it.
Oh. Oh man.
Can I? Wait, hold on. Before, can I stand over Reynard? Can I move into his place since he's prone and on the ground? Like,
If
try to put
you-
myself in a protective.
You can, but you're gonna have disadvantage on things because you're a smaller race.
Okay.
You're not exactly going to be able to perfectly position yourself. Plus, you're wearing heavier armor. The width of your legs is not
Yeah.
as much as taller people.
I'll take
So
it.
if you-
I just want to cover him with my body. I'm just trying to cover him.
Oh, yeah,
Keep
you
them
definitely
protected.
can.
Okay.
Yep.
That's it.
Okay. Kappa.
I notice how the one that Dinar just hit is.
Oh, he's cracked, broken. Pieces of his flesh have been just dropping off, and you're close enough to feel the heat of lava escaping out of his body.
I will, with Ubak's cleaver, just try to slash in him, saying, "Never had duergar. I wonder how it tastes."
Roll with advantage since you're using Ubak's cleaver, as now you hear in your head, yes, yes, vengeance, vengeance, die, die, die.
Ooh.
25.
Yeah. Very easily at slicing that meat cleaver. You haven't found anything that this cleaver can't cut. It's just smooth like butter, just bloop, and not cold butter, but butter that's been sitting out for a nice few minutes. It's nice warm temperature, and you just there goes one head, bloop, 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 bloop,
Okay.
and you hear a yes. More, 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 more!
Mm-hmm. All right.
Anything else?
I'll stay in there. Little Liam, I'll just fire a seed at him from his
What?
position.
Okay.
Du-du.
I mean, you already know fire doesn't do anything. Little
do?
Edom is
Okay.
fire damage. Yeah, you did your control flame ability, and it didn't do anything.
True. Can I aim at a certain spot?
I'm going to say no, because from where you are, the little Liam can't see. Where little Liam can see, you don't.
Okay. The purpose is not trying to. Well, I'm actually trying to provoke him. Let's just say, just pepper him with little flame things.
Okay. I mean, you certainly can.
Yeah.
Go for it. Roll that attack. Add 2. 16, 17, 18 will hit. Fire damage is had. We'll see what that does.
Okay.
Reynard, as I roll your first death save. Naval.
Yeah, I'm gonna pop a shot off at the duergar that's right next to Thynar, because I see him trying to protect Reynard, and he's not looking so hot himself. So, need to kill this bitch.
Cool. Go for it.
Kill this bitch. 14?
14.
Yeah.
As you bring up your trusty self-enchanted gun, pull the trigger, and the arcane energy builds up before it goes and a bolt of pure arcane energy smacks into the side of the duergar, and it doesn't flinch, pays no attention to you, looking straight at Thynar. No fudges given. Did you want to move? Because you can't do anything as the bonus action.
I will stay where I am, but does that mean it didn't hit, or it did but didn't do much?
It didn't seem to take notice or do anything. 14 doesn't hit. It doesn't break the armor class.
Oh, okay.
Oh, oh.
Yeah. Alright.
Back to the top of the order with the duergar. This one, since you're dead, is not going to give any fudges about you. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. We'll get here with its movement, and I think it's going to attack Kappa. That's kind of the B line it went to, going straight for Kappa here. Without advantageous straight roll, a nice solid 7 to hit Kappa.
No.
Alrighty. This guy is the dead guy. These guys, I mean, they're not dumb. He's gonna move up. Advantageous attack against Kappa.
Does he provoke?
No, he was already in your battlefield. He just moved up. 16.
Hit shell and nothing else.
Perfect.
Oh.
As they have found something harder than the rocks they mine, they look at he looks at his war pick and back at you. Like the tip of the pick's dull. He's very, very confused. And this guy is gonna go 1, 2. Advantageous attack against Thynar.
Ooh. Bring it.
18 to hit.
That misses.
What? Damn. You got some shield or some shit? What the fuck is
The
this
shield.
nonsense? As when this guy comes down 2 hands war pick, it's almost instinctively the Ubok's hammer meets it, and there's a loud clang, and you feel nothing in your hand, but you watch as he's like.
That's right.
Fenris, you have received 10 points of healing.
So, since I'm
You may
under,
now act on your turn. You are under Giselle.
Mhm.
You were conscious for this guy walking away. I didn't
Yeah,
give
I
you an
would've let him
opportunity
walk
attack
away.
because you wouldn't have taken one anyway. So
So, can I, as quietly as possible, get out from under Giselle and move behind the duergar over here. This one, like move over here.
Oh yeah, you could definitely get there. There's nowhere for you to hide though. There's no shadows. You can be quiet about it, but you've got two Duragar basically looking your direction anyway. Um, so there's no hide,
Yeah, the
but you
one
still
is
get flanking
looking
from there.
away from me though. That's true. So it doesn't really matter. Yeah, doesn't matter.
So these two aren't like this one specifically. Definitely looking your direction would see you. You're not. There's no
Hmm.
shadows because remember the ceiling is the smooth rock is reflecting all that lava light. There's no shadows for you to get into.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can. Here, I'll move Giselle so you can move you, and then I'll put her back. And you can for sure. You can get over there. You've got super dope flanking abilities. You've got
Hmm.
advantageous with short swords. Let's see what you got.
Hmm. Hmm.
Well, Fenris. Ooh.
16.
A 16 just hits.
So that's 10 damage. And then bonus action
Let's
again.
see to that guy. Okay. 10 damage.
Another 11
23
damage.
will hit for 11 more.
Man.
Nice.
All right.
As you in kind of strange, you have this calm about you, this emptiness inside, and blood still pouring from a wound. Um, also, technically, what kind of wound do you have? You may not have been able to make it over here. Do 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 do. Mythical rules. Sorry, my friend. I rolled an 8, which is winded. You got the wind knocked out of you, which makes sense for the type of attack. Piercing right here, lungs are right there. On your turn in combat, you can either move or take an action, but not both. This condition lasts until you spend an entire round without using your movement or action, or until you receive magical healing. So, do you have a healing potion?
I don't.
Okay.
And if that's the case, I would have probably just stayed under Giselle for the round.
Now, you, player-wise, you would know. Oh, you gotta get my breath. Oh, that hurts. Fuck. Oh, that hurts. So we're gonna have to retcon all that dope damage. I apologize for that. But that's how the dice gods worked today. Fenris, the dice gods loved you last game, but not this game. You're just gonna chill, hang out. Okay,
Hmm. Hmm.
that's fair. Thynar, you're
Well, I
surrounded by
got.
a whole lot of ugly,
Yeah.
and then
Too
there's
much ugly.
Duragar.
Yeah, that too. I'm gonna. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Let's swing at the one to my north east.
Okay, go for it.
Another hammer strike. But I'm still using my shield because that saved me last.
Yeah, it did.
17 to hit.
17 just
11.
hits for 11 points of fuck you die damage. Hell yes. Hell yes.
I'm kind of giving in to Ubak right now.
Oh yeah, you are. I mean, it only makes sense in this particular situation. Kappa.
All right. Going to sidestep here next to Thynar.
Okay.
Now,
Does a 22 hit?
who did I provoke? Oh, I didn't. Okay. Okay.
22 hit?
Yep.
11 points of piercing damage.
Ouchies. Okay. All right. Here's a question for you. Can I prepare currently with Ubas Clear? Can I prepare the Durgar as an attack and consider it meat by cutting it, by slicing it?
That's funny.
Cut off its arm and it's already cooked.
Technically, yes. If you... So you couldn't... Ubox Cleaver can't cook an entire arm. You can only cook steaks, basically. Right? So it's got to be whatever touches the blade. You can't just stab it into a creature and say, I'm cooking the creature, and the creature's cooked. That's... The magic is
I
not
understand.
that powerful.
I
So
understand.
if you are cleaving a chunk off of an enemy, a live creature, the chunk becomes cooked and the wound sears closed.
Okay, that's fine. That's not what I'm planning. It's not my goal, but
What is it that you're trying to do? Explain it to me so I can help.
Okay. I am trying to prepare it by spoiling the meat. In a sense, somehow creating some form of necrotic poison damage by spoiling its flesh.
I'll give you a chance. Let's see if you hit.
Okay.
You're doing the one below you, though, right?
Correct.
Okay.
All right.
I'll give you a chance.
Straight or advantage?
Still with advantage, you're attacking with the cleaver, and Ubak is spurring you on. Ubak doesn't give any cares about you trying to cook anything. He just wants you to cut. Okay, 22 will hit. Now, I need you to make a... I'm going to say a medicine check. Just give me a medicine skill check for attempting to spoil the meat. Okay. So you slashing into this thing, cutting off a chunk. One of the first things that you note is, because you grab the piece in order to look at what had transpired, the chunk that you have in your hand appears to be pure rock. There doesn't seem to be flesh in the normal sense of the term. And the section that you cut, it like a little bit of molten lava appeared up, and then your cut kind of helped sear the wound closed. Your additional effects don't seem to have taken place, whether that was by the current physiology of the duergar's current transformation, or an experiment gone wrong, so you obviously have to try again.
Fair enough.
Either way, it could be either or.
Fair enough.
But 7 points of damage to that guy. Let me get over to him. He's looking pretty rough, though. Like, that was the big chunk of, like, top shoulder. That could have been, like, a really good flank there, had it not just been a bunch of rock. Reynard, as I make your second death saving throw. Naval.
I'm gonna pop off a shot at the northeast duergar. Heck yeah.
Roll a dirty 20. Dirty 20's going to hit for 8
All
points
right.
of piercing damage to this guy. Yeah, this guy. Yeah.
All right.
Is that the guy, though?
Yeah, the one
Okay.
that's northeast, kind of right there. Yeah. And I'm not gonna move.
Okay.
I'm just gonna stay.
All right. As we come back to the top of the round, yeah, these guys. This guy's just gonna move over to aim down, and all 3 are getting attacks with advantageous. 1 against Kappa, and 2 against Thynar, as Thynar's hammer seems to be being beast mode right now. You seem to be the one who is the most of a threat. So, here we go. We will do attack against Kappa first. Kappa's attack, 14 misses because Kappa's fucking shield, fuck you, die. And then now the 2 attacks on Thynar, an 8. Fuck no. Come on, guys. Where's my nat 20s? An 11. Fuck no. You guys, hold the fucking line. Fenris no longer winded.
All right.
What would you like to do?
Quick note, can you change the Durgar above me? Can you change the layer? Because it looks like he's dead. There you go,
There you
thank
go.
you.
Yeah.
So I have to stand up first because I'm laying down. So I actually shouldn't have made 2 attacks the last time. Anyway, so it's a good thing
I
we
mean,
retconned
you've
it.
got so much fucking movement. Like, whatever, okay? There's 3 Duergar left. I'm just trying to kill the rest of you.
I'll move over here and I can make 1 attack at advantage.
Go for it.
Big one.
Boom.
Oh.
22 is going to hit for 7 points. I love it. This one's spewing out the lava. It's looking like it's seen better days. Anything else, Fenris?
Nope.
No?
That's
Perfect.
it.
Thynar, what do you got?
I'm gonna try to knock this one out of the fight, the northeast one. I'm gonna smash him with the hammer.
You can certainly try.
17 to hit.
17 will hit for
Cool.
10 points of damage.
Please die.
We'll finish that off.
Yeah.
I'm gonna turn to face the other 2.
My TPK's not happening. What happened to my crits? I only get crits against Fenris, apparently. Fenris and Gray.
Oh.
Mother son of a biscuit. Kappa! You're surrounded again, my friend. You're surrounded again. What are you going to do?
I'm going to continue to experiment. So first I'm going to see if I'm going to hit.
Yep. Which one? The north or the
Oh,
south
sorry,
one?
the one I've been hitting, the one south of me.
Okay.
Okay. This time, since I've sensed that the spoilers didn't work, I'm going to try to put it on ice, chill it, cooking it by making it cold.
All right. All right. I'm going to say roll a nature on this one. This is less medicine-y now. Less medicinal.
Oh?
Ooh.
Okay. Roll me a d4. Okay. As you cut into this one, trying to use the enhanced ability that Ubox Cleaver gives when it comes to preparing meats and foods in general in the kitchen. There are some foods that are best served cold, so it's definitely a possibility for this meat cleaver to do that. As you cut into that flesh, again, just like butter. However, when the section of flesh pulls away, as a large tendril of hot magma is kind of pulled with it before freezing in the strand, and you watch as the open wounds, all that liquid hot magma suddenly turn dark, and this body starts falling down dead.
Oh my!
So cool.
Nicely done.
All right.
That seemed to have had some kind of an effect. I need all of you to make perception checks.
Yeah, even the downed one.
Sorry, not the down guy. I apologize.
All right.
However, this is death saving throw number 3. I don't understand this. So the first death save was a 12, success. Second death save, a 10, failure. The third death save, a 20, natural motherfucking 20.
Yes.
As Reynard comes back with 1 HP. I can't even fucking kill you guys. Anyway,
Nah.
perception checks. Kappa, Thynar, Naval, wrecked.
Yeah, no.
Fenris, wrecked. Yeah. So, Thynar and Kappa, after watching this one in front of you collapse down, you can hear a strange echoey sound from the tunnels. And it sounds like the roaring of multiple voices in a guttural language you don't understand that echoes throughout the canyon. And they are getting closer and closer and closer, as it sounds like the jingling of armor, the slashing of weapons against each other, as you can hear footsteps loud. Before, suddenly, out of the canyon here, layer upon layer upon layer of more duergar. However, where there are a couple of layers facing you, there's a couple facing away. And you see the standard, a battle standard of a foaming mug pushing against the current, what seems to be residual section of duergar, as the Battlehammer clan fighting against the swarms, and this just happens to be where these duergar ran to. And there are multiple voices echoing out, some in Dwarvish, some in Commons, and then again the guttural sound of the duergar. But you hear a lot of "By Corn's hammer! Forge hammer, we're coming!"
Oh.
The light of the forge heals all. As the row and row of duergar turning around, stuck between these sections, seeing you all, seeing dead duergar, you guys dispatch this guy very quickly. That bitch dead.
Dead.
Before the Battlehammer clan just basically decimates the last, what seems to be residual duergar here. As some of you see a familiar face And some of you see new faces as a let us stop this. Come back here. Turn this back to some nice, dope music of love and loss. JK. We'll do this and we'll just do this for now. As you guys can see what looks like maybe some priest-like dwarves are kind of making their way here as the soldiers have basically just pushed the duergar into the lava. No true fucks given. One Kappa recognizes as a dwarf with bright orange hair and deep brown eyes, who seems to have a smaller gnome with a book and a quill, just writing things down, looking around, open eyed, wondrous, taking quick notes about different things that they have seen as Sino makes her way over the bridge along with what appears to be a priest of some kind. And Sino kind of looks you all over, gives you a nod, and the priest makes her way over to Forge Hammer. And she looks over and goes, You just had to go and do this all by yourself, huh? You couldn't come and get the matron of the fucking clan. You had to go and be Mr. Big Shot. I swear, being married to you is like being married to a rock. As she grabs that big black pillar and with seemingly effortlessly chucks that thing out. And she looks around at the rest of you and goes, I remember some of you. You all brought back my son's remains. I appreciate that. Battlehammer Clan! I need the diamonds! We are a battle clan for a reason. And Sino actually walks over with a small pouch and puts her hand in further than should really go and pulls out a large diamond, which then is set over Forge Hammer. And the matron of the clan kind of bows her head, and you guys can hear, all right, Cord, you bastard, you've had him long enough. We are a battle clan, and we need the Forge Master to lead us back into battle. That's why we all have these diamonds that you bestowed upon us in our minds anyway. So, bring them back so I can give them a proper yelling and whooping. Thanks. And as the diamond shatters into tiny little specks of light before invading Forge Hammer, and you guys watch as the wounds slowly heal up. And Forge Hammer opens his eyes and goes, Oh no. No, I was having a great time. I was drinking with Ubak, and you blasted woman, you brought me back.
Aw.
Ugh. Now you listen here, Mr. Forge Hammer. I know your name and don't make me say it out loud. I will embarrass you, and I will be having conversation later. For now, I got a great haul of battle hammers to cure. We're gonna have to dip into the reserves. It's apparently time to mobilize the armies once again. Though it has been some time, the diamond reserves are back to full, one for each clan member. Alright, Forge Mistresses, gets to the Great Hall and down that tunnel. Any duergar you see, put the fire to the bodies. We don't need them corrupting our food stores. And any battle hammers, you bring them back. For war has been sounded. What do you all do?
I go pick up Giselle again.
As this guy's shoved into the lava, shoved into the lava, shoved into the lava.
Get ahead of you.
I grab Thynar's leg and say, "Thank you very much for helping me out."
You are welcome.
I'm gonna walk towards my comrades and see if they're okay. I'm gonna be all, "Oh, that was a close one, fellas. Are you doing all right?"
No.
I'm a bit worse for wear, but I'm okay.
My jaw is just open as I kind of reach down and grab a piece of that duergar meat. And just actually I have jerky with me.
So as you bite into the duergar meat, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, no.
I'm getting there.
Okay.
12.
You bite into it, and when you pull back, a tooth is lodged inside this rock hard meat. You have lost a tooth.
Oh no!
It still retained its rock like substance of flesh, even after the duergar has passed. As you are doing that, Fenris, I see you over there with Giselle. Bring her over.
No, walk
She
away.
is not part of the Battlehammer clan, and so we do not have a diamond for her, but I know I paid you all in diamonds if you're willing to sacrifice them.
I am.
Who is she, Fenris?
I will offer mine.
I'm sure. I mean,
Forge
for-
matron. This one protected me to the last. If you have any energies left, I would appreciate her back. And as the forge mistress is actually over at the bridge, she kind of turns around and, all right. I suppose she did fulfill her purpose. And Fenris, the little lad's paying for it, so that'll be fine. So Fenris, remove your 500 gold worth of diamonds, as they are consumed for the ritual. However, for this ritual, does anybody want to add to the ritual to make it have a better chance of success for Giselle to come back? Besides
got
Fenris, who I assume will.
I will. Einar will move up.
yeah.
Cap will offer too.
Mm-hmm.
It's only 3, and Fenris is definitely 1. Thynar
I'll take
said
one.
yes, so between the two of you, which one of you two will do
I
it?
will. I'll offer. I have less need for material.
It's not about a
things.
material; it's about adding to the ritual.
Oh,
But I think Naval said he wants to do it, so
Okay,
we'll have Naval
cool.
do it.
For the
Okay.
record, Reynard is going to be very interested in following the whole procedure to see
Oh, yeah.
how.
So for Battlehammer, it was a very quick boom. For Giselle, it's a little bit more involved. There's not that connection, so it's about healing the body and convincing the soul to return. So when the Forge Mistress comes over, first of all, on those giant chains, where Ubak's body once laid, as well as the materials gathered to smelt the weapons, the that that platform is swung back over and set down, and they place Giselle's body on it. and then your diamonds that equaled 500 gold, whether I don't remember if you took it in multiple broken sections or one big thing. Either way, total 500 gold worth of diamonds is kind of spread around her body. Um, and the forge mistress takes like a weird kind of chalk substance, but it's kind of tackier. It's kind of have a little pull to it, and she kind of puts different runes and sigils, and when one gets done, it like solidifies into a hard clay. And as they put these different things around the body, it kind of familiar blue silver lights envelops all of them. And before she looks to you all and says, "All right, before I can do my part, if there's anything you all can do to help her along the back, now's the time." Who would
I
like
am
to go
just going to
first?
pay very attention about how the life essence is transferred back to the body, and
Mm-hmm.
for reasons.
Oh yeah, for sure. Who would like to go first?
I will whisper in her ear, "You told me that I wasn't allowed to die. Now it's my turn to say the same." And then I will kiss her.
Mm, classic. Classic.
Nudge, nudge.
All right.
Wink, wink.
Okay. All right. All right. I'm going to say, in that case, give me a persuasion roll with advantage.
Ouch.
Oh.
Oh,
Okay. Who would like to go second?
All right, I'll move up to her body,
Oh,
kneel down.
here you go, chat. Here's his roll: a 5 and a 9.
Yep. Um, I'm going to kneel down and say, "I'm not gonna kiss you, but you did shame me a bit with your actions, and well, I'll do what I can." Then I'm gonna, with the hammer, kind of place it down over her and just try to pour whatever energy I can through it, through my god, through Ubak, and also just through the cantrip Spare the Dying.
Okay. Um, I'm gonna say give me a straight wisdom roll.
Okay. 22.
Okay. And the third person who would like to try something?
I'll try.
No, he said he was going to.
yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Too. Okay. So, so as soon as we finished off the duergar, I, holstered my gun. I have this shield that I picked up, and I have my hammer in the other hand. I have one in each thing, and I also know the cantrip Spare the Dying as well. But what I'm gonna say is I'm gonna walk up. I'm gonna have each one in each hand, and I'm gonna look down. And I'm gonna say, "Now I know I don't know you the greatest, but I know that you mean a great deal to Fenris in ways that we don't necessarily understand, and I don't think we're meant to. But it would be nice to have you back, because you do seem to make him better." And then knowing that cantrip as well, and I have both things, I'm just gonna kind of do a similar fashion where I kind of hold out both just to see if I can channel any essence of the back and through these things and see if that adds to whatever, how much that adds.
All right. Give me a intelligence roll.
All right. All right, that's a 9.
Okay.
All the while, I'm gonna be like, okay, so I trifecta points in this position. If you did it that way.
Actually, Reynard, what you notice is as they are doing different things, certain sigils seem to be glowing brighter, and as though in reaction to whatever it is that they're trying to offer to this, um, as though trying to be like a bright light, a beacon of light in the darkness to for the soul to come back to. And as the forge mistress kind of leans down and looks over at Giselle, she says, "All right. So I personally think you're a right bitch, but you apparently did sacrifice your life for uh, my husband. So that's kind of a thing, and that's kind of a debt that needs to be repaid. So I'm actually hoping that this works so that I can keep telling you to your face what the right bitch you are." That just got really loud in my ear as soon as I said that for some god awful
perfect.
reason. Okay. I will roll the dice. Okay. Um as the diamond or diamonds shatter and those beads of light glow with that bright divine energy, some of them grow dark and vanish into smoke. And some of them do sprinkle and fall and seem to heal the body. Doesn't seem to take effect. As the forge mistress kind of looks down and looks around at you all, she doesn't appear to be ready to come back. Or something is holding her back. I can't tell what. She's always been shrouded in shadow. I don't know if maybe one of her people can do anything different than I, as we are not creatures of shadow, we're creatures of earth. I'm sorry.
So I don't really know Giselle, so I'm really looking at it a logical point. Well, it does seem to be a very possible reason. Elemental affinity. Yeah, it could be.
I'm gonna put a hand on Fenris's shoulder and say, "Sorry, lad."
Laval will do the same on the other shoulder as well. We're
I
here
am
for you.
sorry. I've had many experiments just not work either, but
I
you learn from these failures. You work with them.
We're here for you, friend, if you need us.
Marcel, you have just been watching, taking whatever notes that you're taking as far as this particular ritual. These strange band of mismatched people. You could swear one of those is a talking fox. That's strange. There's a turtle that's got fins or something, and like weird mushrooms on its shell. That's weird. Some things you've not seen before, but the rest of the Battlehammer clan seem to be like, yeah, just, they're just whatever. And then you watch this and from your vantage point, you were able to see what some others didn't, because they were closer. Is that when those diamonds were turning from light to shadow, they didn't just vanish. They did go down into Giselle's body. But you have no idea what that means. You don't know if that matters. You don't know if they didn't see it. You don't know. But we're going to take our break here.
Nice.
And now it's on this ear. This song really needs to make up its mind. One ear or the other. Like, yeah, it needs to just be all the time.
He's sad in both ears.
Yes, that's right. Be sad in both ears. All right, we're going to take a break, a little potty break, 5 or 10 minutes. We'll come back to maybe the introduction of our new potential friend and ally, Marcel, and with whatever happens with Giselle's body and the Forge Mistress and Forge Hammer. Um, we'll be back. One. And welcome back, everybody. Picking up where we left off, where the resurrection of Giselle seems to have failed. Fenris, what are you doing?
I'm just sitting there, holding her quietly.
I'm going to approach the person wearing the cloak that appears to be cradling the body. And are they on the floor or on an elevated platform?
Fenris, why don't you explain what you look like to our new friend Marcel?
Alright. I'm an elf that's got silver eyes, about 5'10", studded leather armor, black cloak. A lot of black and silver to me. That's probably about all you can see right now because I have the cloak over me and I'm holding her, so it's kind of covering a lot of me up.
I'm
Are you?
investigating the runes and everything while he does that, just so you know, just to verify and double check.
I'm going to approach you, Fenris, and I'm sorry for your loss. It's obvious this person meant a lot to you. I'd like to document her name and maybe the greatest deed that she performed for posterity's sake.
I just shake my head.
Well, I don't know if it's of significance to your culture or religion, but some of the diamonds that started to vaporize descended and entered her body. I don't know if that's a religious ritual or of significance. I just thought you should know. And I'll take several steps back and give him some space.
The bare-chested, leather kilt-wearing, now kind of singed beard, bald-headed dwarf that you know to be Forgehammer kind of looks over to you, Marcel, and her name was Giselle Alandra. And the greatest thing she has done that I know of is sacrificed her life before a dwarven clan. You can put that down since you're scribing other things for us. For the first time in Battlehammer history, a drow will go down in a positive light in our tomes. And I do not know her customs or that of Fenris. I'll kind of leave it up to Fenris as he seems to have a little bit more personal connection with her. But Fenris, should you wish it, we can inter her into the forge as a battle hammer.
No.
Fair?
Is there anything? This is the first time I've seen Giselle. Is there anything unique or interesting about her that my character might be, paying attention to since he's focused everything? Just out of curiosity, is there anything combined with my knowledge of Drow, if I have any, really?
Remind me, are you from the Frozen North? I know you're a white fox, but it doesn't necessarily mean you're from this area. So, are you from the frozen north?
I would probably say no. I traveled here because this is where I got trained. So yeah, we'll just go with that.
Okay. In that case, give me a history roll.
Okay.
Not bad. Okay. So you would know the history that is taught by the masses as far as Drow is concerned. And that is the that as a race from by the history books, the beginning of time, the Drow as a whole are inherently evil. And everybody is taught that any creature from below the Earth's surface that isn't a lighter skinned dwarf is inherently evil. So for a drow to be seen in the presence of lighter skinned dwarves and seem to be revered in a way and loved apparently by an elf shatters what you know to be true and makes you wonder who who wrote these histories and are they actually true or are they just a form of propaganda?
It's fair.
That is what I would with your intelligent mind you would go bloop bloop bloop. Huh. Hmm.
Noted. Interesting. And then I will go up to the other new arrival. I'm going to say, Scholar, are you?
I'm from the scribes order, and I document freelance business documenting comings and goings, whatever an organization, or in this case, the clan, is in need of having documented. So I've been following uh, their leadership around documenting how they grow mushrooms, a little bit of their culture, some of their history, so that it can be preserved. And if they so allow it, I'll take it out into the surrounding areas as information.
So, would you say you have good knowledge of this clan and their ties with other clans?
Mm, let me think about it on the history side. And DM,
You were only
question.
recently hired
Okay.
by this clan, and specifically because Sino is the only one who knows anything about the mushrooms. And
Okay.
as much as they, in the front of the house, joke that the meat is real meat and Sino is crazy, it's not really mushrooms, you know that they all know that she's not crazy. You have seen the caves, and you have been able to taste where you plucked a mushroom and it tasted like beef steak.
Okay.
Another mushroom seems like it would be good in a bread and it could be kind of like a cinnamony scone almost. Where Sino has taken different flavors and somehow gotten these mushrooms to grow and reproduce those flavors. And it's a very specific way that they do grow. They're in a cold environment. There's no outside light allowed inside that room, and the mushrooms themselves give off a fluorescent glow. Um, you have been here for maybe half a 10-day. You're relatively new as far as being here with the clan itself. Um, you can. Are you trained in Are you trained in history, being Mr. Scholarly Man?
Not trained in history, but in investigation.
Okay. Um, then you don't know more than that.
Okay. Um, my extensive information about the clan is really just about their farming methods, particularly about these special mushrooms. They have a great quality of how they are growing them, that they take on different tastes and different flavors depending on uh, the mushroom that they're picking, and they glow.
Ah, mushrooms.
Yeah, but
Research.
not. I haven't been here that long enough to really develop a background or knowledge of the clan itself for the populace.
Oh, very well. I was just curious because, you know, recent investigations on our part have gotten me personally curious about their ties with other things. I'm saying this in front of all of them, but I'm not being like rude or anything because I'm just like, because the Forge Master is here, right? So I'm literally just trying to say, curious about all of this. So I'm just a mercenary for hire, you see, and I just came along with these guys, and I was genuinely interested in their endeavors, and they all seem like very great guys. So I was just very curious. I apologize. I didn't know you hadn't been here very long.
Oh, no apology needed. By the way, I'm Marcel, and you would
Oh,
be
name's Reynard, the
Raynard.
Tabaxi. Although I look like a fox.
Reynard, would you please explain what you look like to Marcel? Then Marcel, when he gets done, you explain what you look like.
Sure. So what is talking to you is, for all intents and purposes, looks like an Arctic fox. But it's got cat-like claws, cat-like slit eyes, definitely feline, but also fox-like. Definitely, I don't know if you know much about the Tabaxi race, but he's definitely appeared as an outcast.
Okay. Uh, I'm a gnome, younger in years, about 50 years old, kind of on the chubby side, and a little definitely heavy set, about 3 foot tall. The clothing I'm wearing has a distinctive kind of a drab green with gold trim jackets and light brown pants, shirt. Wearing a flat top cap, black hair, black Fu Manchu type goatee variant, uh, and constantly I'm holding a book, jotting stuff down with a quill. So when as you're talking, I'm making notes of general appearance and how you explained feeling like an outcast.
Right. Yeah. So you'll see a fox, an Arctic fox, come up to you, sniff at you. It says, this is my familiar. I'm wearing
Oh,
robes. Clearly, I am a wizard, and I am very interested in the art of conjuration,
I
i.e.,
see.
I have a fox.
Well, actually, here's mine, and I'll motion for my raven to come over and land on the shoulder, which actually would probably put it still shorter than you in height if it's sitting on my shoulder. Um, this is my familiar.
Ah, why am I reminded of a tale about a raven and a fox? Oh wait.
It
All
was a
right.
pleasure meeting you, Reynard.
Yes, pleasure's all mine.
Obviously, we have things in common.
I agree. I approve. I will let
Thank
these
you.
guys talk. I'm sorry. I don't know too much about these guys as I've only been traveling a short while. But hey, Thynar, the savior of me, please come over here and talk to this guy. Isn't he
No,
part of the dwarf thing?
the whole time I've just been looking at Forge Hammer. pretty intently. So it takes me a second to understand that you just called me, and I turn and go, "Aye, what?"
Oh, I was just wondering if you'd be introducing yourself to this guy, because apparently
Oh,
he
sure.
seems to be interested in the clan.
Hi, hello. How are you?
Nice to meet you. And you are?
I am Thynar Oathmaker. um, I don't. This has been a bit of a hard time. If you can't see, we did have a bit of a battle, so I apologize if I'm not too cheery.
Uh, Understandable. Definitely understandable.
Well, pleasure to meet you.
It was nice meeting you as well. I'm assuming he looks as
Pretty much.
red
Yeah.
beard, red hair,
Yeah.
Yeah.
like Al.
Uh huh.
Yeah. So I
Alright.
look. Yeah, I've got I think splint armor on right now, but it's kind of silver colored. I am wearing a helmet, like a typical dwarf half open helmet. I've got a shield. I've got a crossbow across my back. I was just kind of hanging there. And then I've got this warhammer in my hand that is silver blue marbled.
I understand. I'll allow you to mourn in peace.
Thank you. What are the other ones? I don't know who's next.
Naval, get over here.
Okay, so um, quick question before I do that: is Forge Hammer still like down on the ground, or is he now currently standing up? Is he asleep at all?
Forge Hammer was never. So, okay, Forge Hammer is standing, yes. Once he was
Yeah.
revived, he
Yeah.
stood up and his hammer started floating around him.
Okay, so yeah, Reynard would have said Naval come over, but Naval's gonna do something else. So you currently see that he has two things in his hand. He has one, a blue and marbled
Move this
smaller
closer.
smithing hammer.
You sound far away. Can you move this closer
Apologies.
again?
Is that better? Is that better?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, apologies for that. So yeah, currently you see he has a magical blue and marble hammer, or you don't know that, but he has a blue and marble hammer in one hand, and he has a shield in his other hand that is of a similar color. But this is what Naval is going to do. He's going to put the hammer on his belt loop. He's going to take the shield in his hand, and he's going to make his way over towards Forge Hammer. And if he's able to get within a good distance, what he's going to do is go up to him and look at him, and he's going to say, Forge Hammer, I have a deep regret we weren't able to get here in time to save you before you and Giselle fall. And then what he's going to do is he's going to take the shield in both of his hands. He's going to get down on one knee and sort of like bow his head, and he say, but, and then as soon as he does that, he's going to say, shoot, what was I going to say? He's going to say, and praise be that you are back, but now that the battle is over and you are back with us, I'd like to return this to its rightful owner as I hold the shield up towards him.
Let's it's awfully nice of you, Naval. You can stand, lad. The
Oh, he does.
shield chooses its own owner. Part of Ubok's soul resides within it. Apparently none here are as of yet worthy. Maybe you all will find somebody in your travels who could be. Why don't you lot are the ones who brought him back. Why don't you all just hold on to that? And maybe Ubok will choose another to wield the shield.
Thank you. And then I'll excuse myself if that's possible. I'll bow and I'll excuse myself and I'll make my way back towards the group. And then I'll come up to Reynard and I'll say, "Okay, sorry about that. I had to get that done quick. What's happening here?"
I'm introducing us to this fine gentleman here.
Ah, yes. Hello there.
Hello, I'm
So
Marcel.
you have to look down.
Yep, I'm looking. Yeah, I'm looking down and I say, "Well, it's nice to meet you. I'm Naval. Naval Nemetz. It's lovely to meet you."
It was nice meeting you too. How far up am I looking?
Yeah. I mean, I imagine Naval's about 6 feet tall. about the size. I mean, while I'm at it, I might as well just describe what Naval looks like, right? If I can go ahead and do that, yeah. So what you see before you appears to be a human male. He's got medium-colored tan skin. He's decently bulky. His hair is dark brown. The sides are cut short. The rest grown out longer and pulled back into sort of a ponytail, but it's not the best ponytail ever. There are some parts that look a little flinged out and frayed and things like that. But he's got blue eyes and a 5 o'clock shade, same color brown. He has a slash mark across his right eye, but the eye itself appears to be well and functioning, perfectly fine. Yeah, about 6 feet tall. He wears scale mail and brown leather combat pants, and he has a blue flare or cape that he wears on his shoulders. Yeah, and at his sides, on one side you see a blue marbled smaller smithing hammer, and on the other side you see a pistol and a holster. Um, yeah, that's about what you see in front of you. Looking up.
Uh, that's a fascinating item you have there. I'm going to be gesturing towards your pistol.
Isn't
Not
it
sure if
though?
I've ever seen that before.
I am just as interested in it.
Ah, well, believe it or not, this is actually my regular pistol that I've infused. I actually have another weapon that I made myself, but as of yet, I have not been able to get it to work yet. So this has been my main weapon in combat. I'm an artificer. I am able to imbue items and objects with magic that I can use to my benefit, and I put such a thing into this weapon that I use to fight with. I don't have to load physical bullets into them. I'm able to just create bullets out of magic, and they are able to come out of my gun whenever I fire. So
Do you have to memorize anything for it or study each
I
day?
mean, I I've done this before in my travels. As long as I keep an infusion on a weapon, it'll last. Unless I decide I want to put magic into another item that I have. Like for example, he'll pull to the side and he'll pull up to a bag that he'll show you, and he'll say, "I've imbued this bag with the similar magics that allow me to store more than what would, let's say, be normally be able to into a regular bag." Um, and then yeah, and then so yes, as long as I can only have a certain amount of items that I can keep, but as long as I just have to, it takes a little bit of time and focus, but as long as I do those things, the magic that I imbue into objects appears to stay, and it usually lasts that way until I decide to put magics into other items. But like I said, I can only do it limited to mounts, so if I have more than a certain amount, the magics from other items will fade, but as long as I stay within my limits and keep the items that I have imbued, they will last.
That is a truly remarkable skill.
Why, thank you. Yeah, and then I'll reholster my gun because I did pull it out when I was showing him and stuff, and then I'll put it back on.
Yeah, you didn't have the safety on, so you actually shoot Marcel. It's a natural
Crit.
20.
Yep.
Marcel takes octuple crit damage.
His head explodes.
Well, that
Yeah,
was a short one.
gun safety, ladies and gentlemen. Practice gun safety. Make
Oh, yeah.
sure the
Just
safety is on, the chamber's empty, the mag is out before you handle any sort of firearm. Gun safety, ladies and gentlemen. Gun safety.
Very important.
Keep your finger off the boom switch.
The boom switch. Oh, I am going to use that in the future.
And then I'll look at him again and say, if sometime later, if you'd like, I'll show you my other weapon that I created just recently.
I
I will
bet you
definitely
will.
take you up on that.
Mm.
I'll bet.
Every time you do this, you're pulling this away, and so it's harder to hear you, buddy.
Is this fine? I'll keep it like this,
Actually, yeah, right there, perfect.
right here.
I'm just whenever you're
yeah.
adjusting,
Yep.
don't talk, adjust, and then put back because you're moving the microphone away from your face so that I can't hear what you're saying.
You can hear me right now, right?
Yeah, you're good. You're good. You're good. Yeah, you're
Okay.
good.
Okay. All right.
All right. I guess next in line, you see a turtle approach you.
No.
If you were to die right now, what would be your last meal?
Wow.
That's
Nice to meet you
serious.
too. I would say probably one of the beefsteak mushrooms that they're growing in the back room over here.
I reach down into my bag of holding, pull out a piece of Yeti meat, prepare some, offer it to him.
I'll try it.
So what you see is that he pulls out a piece of frozen meat, a good chunk. And as he cuts the meat with his cleaver, you can hear and you can see the frozen chunk beneath. But as he cuts, you hear a searing sound. And he hands you a steaming hot chunk of meat with the larger chunk still frozen.
I never get tired of that.
Okay, I'm definitely taking a look.
Uh-huh.
How did you heat it?
Are you going to take a bite?
Yeah, I'll take a bite after I figure out it's actually cooked.
So, Kappa, explain what the steak tastes like.
Yeah, I can't say I've had Yeti before.
Well, I didn't say it was Yeti, but said you had inquired that you wanted a beefsteak mushroom. Here it is.
Ah,
It tastes exactly like the mushroom that you had that tasted like a beefsteak, only it's better. There's a hint of lemongrass and garlic on the steak itself. It is cooked to perfection. It is tender. After you take a bite, it almost melts in your mouth, and it's delish.
that I've changed my mind. Now this is my favorite meal.
Has it been an hour since the battle started?
I don't think so.
Okay, so I'm Kappa Liam, the lizard. I like fire. I like nature. I can feed you well, and I walk away.
A person of short words. I can respect that.
I'm going to pick Giselle up and follow behind Kappa.
Okay.
Do
Kappa,
we
where
have
are
a
you going
destination?
since Fenris is kind of blankly following you?
Oh,
You said you're walking away.
Oh, I was going over to Sinon. That's where I was heading after I spoke to Marcel. But yeah, that's
Okay.
what.
No, that's fine. Sinon is kind of um, helping push some of these duergar into the fire. Has a long, kind of like a long black spear, and she's kind of making sure the bodies get like deep into the magma, and like when these duergar are melting, burning, they're kind of like this black flame that comes from their bodies. Um, there's a terrible kind of stench in the area where these things are being forced down to burn. Um, but seeing you come over, she goes, "Oh, hi, Kappa. Hello, hello. How are you?"
Need help.
It, that's strange. Do you not talk so much around other people? You were a little bit more chatty whenever we were surrounded by the mushrooms.
These Durgar didn't taste very good.
No, not once they've gone all rocky and magma-y. No, you gotta get them before they do that. Before they go all big and ooh. After that weird transformation, they are almost like stone golem like. That's why we just throw them here. Just let
Hmm.
them burn. Yeah, they're no
Okay.
good. No.
Okay. I'm
She
glad you
kind of
survived.
she kind of looks around and kind of looks over at you and goes, "So, have you gotten any to latch?"
I haven't had the opportunity since the last time. Been a little preoccupied.
Aye, that's fair. That's fair. It's
And I couldn't find the proper conditions which you had suggested.
hmm. Well, I don't know how long we now that the drums of war have been going. I may have to switch it up and figure out how to grow these on the way. Um, I'm trying to figure out if there's some way to like maybe build like a box that's always cold or something to put these things in for the since the armies of the Battlehammer clan will be on the march within a 10-day or so.
I kind of head around, like pull out the bag of clothing, like this is an interesting bag. It keeps things preserved and cold. Would this suffice?
Preserved and cold.
And dark.
Oh, okay. We might need to talk once I get done with the cleanup here. Not exactly prime conditions. It's kind of well, it stinks to be honest. We'll talk. We'll talk later, my friend.
I'm
Okay.
going to approach Sinan.
Okay.
Madam, I'm curious. Is it always during the resurrection ritual that some diamonds break apart and evaporate in a smoke and others absorb into the body? Is that standard? Or was that different?
Marcel, I'm afraid I don't know. Um, you might want to talk to either the Forge Maiden or any of the Forge Mistresses, who are kind of the what's the surface word? The church. They handle more the religion aspect of the clan. Um, I handle mainly 100% in the mushroom aspect and keeping the clan fed. All the praying and that like no praying ever put food in my belly. So I'm more of a down to earth kind of gal. So I don't know to be perfectly honest.
I see.
And
Is there
Fenris,
one that
you said you were gonna do. Fenris was saying something as you were walking up Marcel. Hang on just a second. Sorry. What were you gonna say, Fenris?
Kappa, would you mind if I put her in your bag of clothing?
Not at all. I was going to suggest it after it didn't happen, but I didn't want to impede during the time for you, but I would be more than honored to hold her. I'll remove all the meat and only have her in there.
Thank you.
At this
And
point, like Sinon like looks over and goes, "Wait, what? You gotta put her into this bag of colding that you called it. What? I'm very confused here."
It's exactly what it sounded like. The bag
So
is
she pulls like this long spear thing out and sets it on the ground, and like now she's like, wait. So wait, you pull out meat and it's cold or is it frozen?
Um, it's preserved. It's frozen. It's frozen, right?
It's frozen.
Okay, it's frozen, and so I use it as whenever I come across a new type of meat, I prepare some, I keep it in here, and it remains preserved until I need it.
So
And it's
so you have this bag of colding which can preserve meat in a frozen fashion,
Mhm.
and you want to freeze Giselle is to preserve her body. Is that kind of the gist of what I'm understanding here, Fenris? Aye?
Yes.
Alright, so I don't want to seem. Let me rephrase. I apologize if this seems kind of insensitive, but that kind of seems like a jerk thing to do. Um, Before you do that, lads, because the clan would be very interested, especially with us going to war for this bag. I would see if maybe any of the Forge Maidens or the Forge Matron can preserve the body in such a way instead to stave off. I assume what you're trying to stave off is keep the body as fresh as possible. I did hear the Forge Maiden say maybe um, shadow ritual magics could bring her back. I do, I do know that in the tomes we haven't been to war in a few centuries, but in the tomes, whenever the fallen Battlehammer clans would fall, the part of the ritual is to lock their bodies in time at their moment of death whenever the maidens can get to them so that they can be brought back. And again, I don't mean to be insensitive without stinking everything up, so they can be returned to the forge as we do. I mean, I'm not the most religious of ladies here, but part of our funeral rites, I believe you all saw when Ubak was done, is we inter them back into the forge. I don't know if such abilities are still known, but I did hear that one of your other fellers over there said something about making a bag of holding, if possible, if the matrons still have the ability to lock a body in time. And again, I'm not trying to be insensitive about this, but like I said, if Kappa's bag can actually keep things preserved, that is ideal conditions for the mushrooms to grow. That could feed the armies of the battle hammers as they invade the traitors. But I don't want to be insensitive, Fenris. I just know that when the Forge Master hears that you all have a bag that can potentially keep his soldiers fed, I don't want there to to be any negative outcome. If you understand what I'm saying, I don't want there to be a power struggle and a strained relationship. Not saying there would be. I just grow the mushrooms, but I'm damned interested in the bag of colding that you all seem to have. And if your goal for the bag is only to preserve her in time, then maybe that's something the maidens can do for you.
Nask.
And
And
I mean, for the bag of holding, the Forge Master may give you your own bag of holding to put her in. I don't know. I don't not a leader of the clan, but hearing that you all have a bag of holding, I will. I'm gonna have to suggest he do something to get it, pay for it in some way, shape, or form. And if it's an option you're interested in, I can maybe put that bug in the ear, as they say.
mm,
And by the way, I am sorry for your loss, mate. That's I saw the other two um, male drow defending Battlehammer children. So I can't imagine what she went through to protect Forgehammer. So please understand, I'm not trying to be. I say that I keep saying this. I'm not trying to be insensitive here, but um, ooh, buzz, buzz. What a mood killer! Put your phone on silent. Gosh.
well, we can ask. See what can be done then.
Yeah, I mean, that's it's up to you. One way or the other, like the Forge Hammer's gonna learn about this bag because I want to experiment making the mushrooms in there to see if it'll actually be feasible, and if it is, part of the negotiating price could be the stop in time and a way to transport her more easily.
Yeah, I'll be willing to do that if, but it's not my bag, so it's not only my decision.
I gotta be honest with you, Fenris. Kappa's damn interested to learn if the mushrooms can grow inside that bag too. So I'm fairly certain he's gonna want to see if that does work. And maybe you all have a wee bit of a powwow and discuss it. I know you all are kind of a group or adventuring party. I've heard the name Frosted Friends shouted out about a couple of times. Um, like you said, maybe it needs to be a group decision, but if it's something you all are interested in potentially pursuing, I can start dropping the hints now. Um, I
Would say
I
start dropping it, and I'll go talk to everyone else.
that's fair enough. I
And I'll walk back to the others.
okay. Um, Sino's gonna look over to you, Kappa. But um, Marcel, you were talking to Sino as well. What is it you were trying to say?
Um, Madam, is there any further services that you have of me?
Oh, aye, because if this fucking shit works, we need somebody to keep track of all the experiments and what we did and how what the results were. Um, you were, as far as what I was told, hired to scribe down all my knowledge of the mushrooms, and you've only been here half a 10 day, and we still have centuries of knowledge to go through. So, you'll probably be with us figuring this out.
All right. Then I will be remaining. Thank you.
Oh, aye, certainly. At this point, Forge Hammer kind of goes, "What a fucked up day."
Aye.
Yeah, telling me. Followed through an avalanche, lots of ice, staying
Avalanche.
in a cave, getting attacked by some sort of gelatinous oozes. It's crazy.
We had a crazy time before we got here as well.
You
But
all had a
this,
fucked up day too, then.
oh,
It's been
including
rough.
including the fight we just had. Oh, all sorts of stuff happening. Yes, it's been a wild one.
All right. Why don't you lot go back to the go back to your room that you all shared before. Have yourselves a rest, and then we will convene again and discuss everything that has transpired, to include why, how, I guess, the Oath Makers have been deemed traitors and why the Battlehammer clan has sounded the drums of war against them.
Rest
I still have a crazy, like, stone thing in the middle of my chest, even though that bloody woman says she healed me. I too need time to collect my thoughts. Thainor,
I
I understand that this is a difficult situation for you, but Ubak's hammer is still in your hand, which means you have not betrayed the battle hammers. So just
no.
know that that is the only reason you are still alive. But I believe we all need a rest and clear heads for the conversation to come.
I will need to talk.
And the battle hammers need to correct their defenses. Apparently, we have been a slumber for too long and people have forgotten our fury. The
May
reason why we are called the battle hammers.
may I ask one question before we part for the night?
Aye,
Were there any of my clan among the duergar?
aye.
rough day, Thynar.
That's
Been
a
a
way
rough
to
day.
state it.
It's been a rough day for everyone, Reynard.
That's why I said let's take a
Yes.
a rest.
Thank you for
Um,
trusting me.
We will take our.
it's not me who trusts you, lad.
Aye.
If there were a shadow in your heart against the battle hammers, Ubak would not have returned to you after I called him to me.
I bow my head. Very, very low.
All right.
I,
We will take our leave.
Aye, you know where the Great Hall is, you know where food can be found, you know where the baths are, you know where you slept. Just know that the way out is currently locked down. We are in battle preparations. There is no leave. Not until we've had calmer heads and can discuss what has transpired and what needs to happen next. And at this point, Sinon walks over. I keep saying Sino because of somebody's nickname down yonder. Sinon walks over. Um, Forchammer. Oh, I Sinon. And I trust that the scribe Marcel has been keeping up with your words. No, no, he's a bit slow, but we'll get there. It's fine. Um, they've got a bit of something interesting that I think will benefit the clan. Um, but you want to talk about things like tomorrow, is there maybe a way that one of the maidens or the matron, um, I I know that in the history books we were able to stop uh, the decay of bodies of our soldiers, kind of stop time on them whenever they fell in battle. Can we perchance do that for Giselle? Since the maidens, or the matron, excuse me, said that perhaps one of her own could bring her back. As maybe a gesture of goodwill towards the item that they have that we may potentially want. And he kind of looks over. What? Why would we potentially want an item that they have that we can't already get? Well, because you know how we're going to war and we have a lot of mouths to feed and we're wondering how we're going to get food. Excuse me. They may have a way to fix that. Are you sure? No, it's a chance. All right. Yes, there is a way any of the maidens can do it. Requires it requires a lot of silver though, about 25 gold worth of silver. Uh, we will we'll see what we have in the stores. Maybe get a couple of bars out. But there is such a way to stave off and stop time for a time. I don't know everything about it, but we can do that. Yes. Come. Let's do this now. Get it over with so I can rest. He just kind of looks over to you, Fenris, as I'm assuming your ears are kind of peaked up at this conversation, and he just kind of motions for you to follow him. Um, you guys find one of the forged maidens, and um, it takes a little bit before one of them comes back with the bag of holding that had diamonds in them, and they take out a small silver bar, and they cast super cool, dope magic shit
Yeah, I think
on our corpsicle. I'm sorry. Was
It's a word for
was
it.
that
I like
insensitive
corpsicle.
there? What What is that gosh darn spell? Where are you? Game rules, spells, clerk. Nope, 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 nope. There is a different one, though. Not that one. Okay. So these they seem to the silver bar kind of stretches and elongates and completely encompasses Giselle to where she went from this dark, like black as the deep sea, ebony skinned woman to silver surfer, bright shiny silver, no hair to be seen, everything covered by this layer of silver. And the it shapes over her in such a way that she seems to be turned into a silver statue of herself. And the statue shrinks until it's about a foot tall.
Mm.
And the maiden, when she's done, says, "That will stave off the decay of death for 300 days. You have that long to potentially find someone who can help her through shadow."
Thank you.
And then the four timer goes, "All right, that's done. Go. We will reconvene after a rest."
All's gonna go.
All right, can you lead the way? Because I have no idea where we're going.
I mean,
Some of these
Um,
people do.
Yeah, I'm
Marcel,
going.
you've got your own room that you can go to
Mhm.
that you know where to go. The rest of them
Um,
know their hovel,
I
or
will
you
head
could
that
follow
way.
them because they've got plenty of space realistically.
Mm.
It's up to you what you want to do. However, um, a long rest will be had. If you want to do some RP stuff, we could still do that, no problem. A long rest will be had, so you can click that, and you will be level 3.
Ooh.
All right.
I will definitely try to stay to the back of the group and slowly get further and further behind and sneak off to the room that me and Giselle went to before.
So the way that you and Giselle went is through the master chamber, and there are guards there that do not let you pass.
Hmm.
It seems that with everything being on high alert, the armies are mobilizing as you're kind of wandering around. The Great Hall itself is left open. The multiple entryways, there are guards posted at every single one now. And you can see that every guard is decked out in some kind of light blue armor. Some of them have spears, some of them have hammers and shields, um, but there's usually 2 to 4. And that entryway that had the rubble pushed outward, the rubble is gone, and you see where there's like a line of dwarves walking down that way. Um, there is a small blue flame in the fire in the back, but otherwise, other than what is considered the guest area, everything else, whenever you're looking around, and you can, with even with your dark vision looking down these tunnels, after about 40 feet or so, there's another set of guards, another set of guards, another set of guards. Like they seem to be on heavy alert. And as you walked by what where is the normal entryway for you guys to come down is a solid sheet of ice.
Oh,
Hmm. I'm still gonna walk up to the guards.
Okay.
Is it possible for me to go to Giselle's room? Is what I'm gonna say to the guard.
They kind of look at each other and look back at you and go, "Fuck no." I'll put you right in prime assassination location of the Forge Hammer. And they both put their hands on their weapons.
I'll walk away.
Okay.
Well, I'm looking for alcohol.
I mean, you go to the Great Hall. There's people everywhere drinking and eating.
Okay.
It doesn't take long. It
I am going to
happens.
get as hammered as I
Okay.
can possibly get.
Okay.
I'm gonna sleep.
mm,
I'm out of spells.
Yep.
I just got knocked out. I'm ready to.
yeah. Naval's gonna head back towards the bed area if he's able to find it, and once he finds like the bed that he's been kind of just sleeping alongside, he's gonna like sit on his
Stop it.
bed and oh,
Stop
so
moving
sorry.
the ear with the microphone.
I apologize. Can you still hear me?
Yes, I can now.
Okay. Sorry, I apologize. So yeah, I'm right now. Naval's back at the quarters. Alongside the bunker. I'm assuming he's been sleeping at or whatever cot bed slash thing he's been sleeping on, and he's gonna do something he's wanted to do for a while, but he hasn't had the opportunity to. So he's gonna reach into wherever his pocket is, and he's gonna pull out that ring that he had received from Forge Hammer that I believe he said was Ubok's ring, if I'm not mistaken. Am
Mhm.
I right?
It
Am I
is.
right?
It is Ubok's ring. Yeah.
Okay.
And it bears the seal of the Battlehammer clan. So it's
Mhm.
got the foaming mug on it.
Yeah. Um. So he's giving it some thought. He's gonna pull out his little tinker hammer that he knows he's able to cast his magics through, and he's not gonna be forceful in any way whatsoever because he remembers from his experience with making his gun. He remembers that when he was forging it, he would like do like the smallest tap, and it would like instantly flatten.
Mm-hmm.
So he's not going to use it in a way that he did then where he was like being forceful and like forging metal. He wants to use it to kind of examine this ring that he has received and see if he's able to gain any sort of thing from it, whether it has properties to it or if it is just in fact just a regular ring, because he's curious because it did belong to Ubak.
So you're explain that to me again. You're trying to use the hammer to identify the properties of the ring.
Well, because he knows, because he uses that hammer to cast his magics, but he's also an artificer experienced in, I mean, not a whole ton of experience, but some experience with imbuing items with magic.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'd only imagine that not only could he put magic into things, but maybe be able to sense like it's definitely not like a detect magic where he would be able to instantly know, but maybe just gauge if it has maybe some magic essence to it? Question mark.
Okay. So give me an investigation roll.
All right,
Keppa, what are you chopping up over there?
all right, 16.
Cutting up some fucking drow meat over there?
Oh, I'm mixing a milkshake with coffee.
I mean, I'll show up for that. Um, as you're kind of looking over this ring, I mean, it just looks like a platinum ring.
Mm-hmm.
You don't get any like vibes or anything from it.
Okay,
You're
I'm fairly
you're not
certain it's
sure.
just.
Yeah, it just
A
seems like
normal ring.
a regular ring to you.
Okay, well, once he does that and he kind of figures that out, he's gonna kind of just look at his hammer, and he kind of thinks that with this tool, you know, from the remains of Ubak himself, and he's gonna look at the ring. He's kind of looking between the two, and while he's looking at the hammer, he's gonna give it a nod, and he's just gonna trust in Ubak and put the ring on his finger and see if anything happens, and if not, then it'll be a ring that he has on his finger.
Okay. So the first thing that you notice when you put the ring on is that the ring is wider than your finger, as dwarf
Mhm.
fingers are, they're a little bit more robust physically as opposed to most other races, where most other races aren't, they're thinner fingers. But
Mhm.
as you kind of put it on, you kind of sit there for a minute or two. It shrinks to the size of your finger.
Hmm. Is that the only thing that happens, or do I feel anything else happen?
You you do feel you feel like your mind has expanded, but you're not sure how or why. This is going to
Okay.
take some time, some study time to figure out.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, especially if we're gonna be hunkered down because of the lockdown that we currently have. I mean, if everyone's gonna be around for a while, I would definitely dedicate some time to doing more study on
Yeah,
this ring.
sure.
If I can maybe
Cool.
do that as like a thing I do every day, kind of at a certain time, type of
Yeah.
thing. Especially if I put a good amount of hours into it, just so I can
Well,
gain some more knowledge
I
on it.
mean, Fenris right now is not in any state of mind to learn Dwarvish. So
Mm-hmm.
there's no you don't have to worry about teaching him for a minute. So yeah, you've got some downtime while you're
Oh,
in this room where apparently you might be the only Reynard is already snoring.
yeah.
That
Oh,
fox laying at my end of the bed.
Mhm.
another good question to ask is, does it, if I were to like take it off my finger, does it stay the same size? And if I kind of just put it back on, does it kind of feel just the same way in the fact that, like you had worded, like my mind is expanded in some way? Like, does it,
Taking it off for a quick second, there doesn't seem to be any any effects of a closing of your mind, and the size does
okay,
stay the same. And then you put
okay,
it back on, and you still feel the same.
okay. I just wasn't sure if it would like return to normal or
Mhm.
anything like that where it was
Yeah,
before,
no,
but if that's the
all good
case, cool, then
questions. Yeah,
I'll just keep it on my finger for now. I'll
yeah,
wear it proudly, and then I'll
yeah,
look at my
cool.
hammer and I'll stare at it for a couple seconds, and then I'll give it a nod, and then I'll put it back on my belt, and then I imagine after the last couple battles we had, I'll keep with the same routine where I'll go and I'll take a nice warm bath. So
I'm
yeah,
gonna
Good move. Good move.
all right, yeah,
I'm gonna be
Kappa.
with I'm gonna be with basically I'm gonna keep feeding him food to make sure he is as dwarvishly drunk as possible without dying.
Mm. So you're with Thynar, making
Yeah.
sure that there's food to absorb the alcohol content as well, not just pure alcohol. Got it.
So then,
You
so then you
are
just keep drinking for an obscene amount of time.
you are a great friend to have when somebody wants to be drunk, wants to just get drunk, but doesn't want to die from it.
Yeah, I'm double fisting too, so you're gonna have to convince me to put one down.
Right.
Well, I'm not.
After a
You'll
couple of
drink. I'll feed
drinks,
you.
yeah,
I'll
he'll
just
just
feed
feed
you.
you. Yeah, he'll just as soon as you get done drinking and you open up your mouth for anything, a fork with food gets shoved in your mouth, and you just kind of chew it a couple of times before taking another drink, and then another fork of food will come into your mouth.
Yep. 100%.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, so Reynard is sleeping, Naval tinkering with the ring before sleeping, Kappa and Thynar getting Thynar drunk before passing out at the Great Hall itself because there's no way you're getting up to do anything.
Mm-mm.
So Marcel, what is it you are going to be doing, sir?
Well, I did not have the type of rough day that they had, so
Nope.
Yeah, right.
it'll be pretty much business as usual. If they're done with my services for the evening, scribing experiments with the mushrooms, I'm going to go grab a dinner, a drink, and head back to the room I've been staying in and go to sleep.
Cool. Easy peasy. Fenris, as you were turned away from being allowed into Giselle's room, um, I mean, you can see that Thynar is heavy into the drink. That Kappa is trying his damnedest to keep Thynar alive and not get alcohol poisoning. Um, you've got a foot tall statue of a very important person in your life. What are you trying to do now?
Um, I'm gonna ask any dwarf that I can see if there's somewhere I can train, go to train.
Okay. Um, so one of them, well, the one that you stop and ask, they kind of look at you weirdly and kind of just taking in a glance of what your equipment is, what you're currently wearing, and kind of go, what kind of training you looking for? Like we got like wrestling, or there's the obstacle courses. They've got like this weird dummy thing you can kind of just beat on. There's stuff for like
Dummy sounds
ranged
good.
attacks. What?
The dummy sounds good.
Something just to beat on? Yeah. All right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. If you want to just follow me, yeah, that'll just work. Yeah, it's fine. And kind of one of the middle passages on the right, he kind of takes you through. Um, this one's fairly straightforward. It actually arcs up. You're walking uphill as you're going around, and it kind of goes up and over and loop. It's not like a swirl, a constant swirl. It's not like a spiral. It's just however they carved it. Um, before you walk into a bright blue open pocket inside the ice where there's the sounds of fighting, for lack of a better term, here, where there are dwarves who, even in this cold, are drenched in sweat. Um, some of them are practicing with crossbows, whether they are light or heavy ones. Some of them are in combat with weapons and just trying to work out centuries of not being in combat to having to wake up that that genetic combat need, defend the clan kind of a drive. Um, but you do see, they kind of point you in the kind of the correct direction. Wood is very scarce, so what you see is that weird stone stuff. And you see like it's kind of a pillar that comes up, and it has these like arms that kind of stick out, and they have it to where if you hit one, another one spins. You have to duck under it, hit another one, that one spins. You have to jump out of that way to where you have like a hand-to-hand combat kind of thing. And then there's one that just stands there for you just to fucking beat. And the guy goes, "All right, so there's that one that just kind of hit, and you see it twirls and shit like that. Shit fucking hurts if that hits you." That other one though, that it's kind of the one you're looking for, that just kind of stands there. I see you got some weapons on you, but I strongly suggest you don't use your weapons unless they're magical. That rock is tough and will chip and break blades. If you look, there's kind of like other swords and hammers and things made out of the same rock. You kind of have to adapt to them a little bit. They're a little bit rough to hold, but if you're just looking to beat something, that's probably your best bet right there.
Yeah. I'll grab 2 swords that are as close to short swords as possible and just beat the ever living shit out of this thing for as long as I can
Sure.
possibly go.
So they are heavier than you expect, even for being what you would consider a short sword. Just because they seem to be pure, whatever this rock material is. And so, whereas before you are very precise in your cuts, at this point you're just trying to work frustrations out. And so you are very much rage hitting with your strength against this thing. And after about 5 minutes of doing so, your hands are bloody, but you don't care. You just continue on doing that until your body physically cannot move anymore. Past the point of pain meaning anything. Where you were finally feeling something before you broke past that and you stopped feeling anything, and you a crowd gathered around you. You paid no attention to them. It was just this thing that you kept envisioning as that duergar who threw that spear at Giselle that knocked her down was the death blow, or the one that you saw took her down, and just pure blind rage takes over until you collapse. And probably for the first time ever in your life, you sleep as your mind is blank. There is no meditation to be had. You are mentally, spiritually, and physically exhausted. Your body forces you to shut down, and you fall asleep right there without even knowing. You just boom. So go ahead and everybody level up to 3. Choose new dope abilities.
Roll health.
If you roll if you want, or if you're a fixed person, leave it fixed. According to Mr. Math Wizard in our Discord, the fixed is more beneficial than rolling unless you are a
Mhm.
barbarian.
Perfect.
Oh, what Pete?
Ah, Mr. Math Wizard's watching us. Mr. Infinite Mind, our Mr. Math Wizard. Yep, he's all about all that stuff. um, when you guys collectively wake up, first you will all be back into the guest quarters, as even if you fell asleep in the Great Hall and or in a training center, you were carried back to um, your guys' guest room that you all share, quote unquote. Um, Fenris, whenever you wake up, um, even though you've had a quote long rest, you are not rested. So you will have 1 point of exhaustion. Your hands will ache. They will be bandaged up, and some kind of you can whenever you kind of do a light squeeze, you can feel some kind of goo or something is on them. Um, you can feel your muscles ache. Your you are empty, cold, achy. It's not really words don't do justice what Fenris is feeling right now. But you do have a 1 foot statue of silver for whatever that's worth. With 299 days to go. What, that you're Mr. Math Wizard? Yes, Infinite Mind. You are Mr. Math Wizard. That's basically canon, yeah. I feel like you should change your name instead of Infinite Mind to be Mr. Math Wizard. Or Numbers Man. We gotta come up with a new way to say that. Mathematician. I don't know. I don't really like that. It's used too often. Something cool. As you guys wake up, because you guys can tinker with your level 3 stuff off camera, um, as you all wake up and are, we'll say, invited to the Great Hall, but really, it's less of an invitation and more of a come to the Great Hall.
Mm-hmm.
Um, when you do so, couple things that you can see. The Forge Hammer is at the head of the table where he usually is and is some of you think he's supposed to be. The blue flame behind him is a roaring blue flame again. Um, Something a little bit different is that the chandeliers that hang from the ceiling are actually lit. And what you guys can see that you haven't seen before, because during Ubok's funeral, everything was very dim and dark, is that there are multiple carvings of, it looks like, the history of the Battlehammer clan. And you can see that in almost every depiction, it is them at war with something or someone or some entity. It's war, 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 until it gets to what looks like a depiction of Forge Hammer, and you're not sure if it's him or his father, because it's hard to tell within that close of lineage. It looks like the only one not of war, but there looks like they're starting carving of another one next to it. So there is some chip work happening. Um, the hole that the break was, there are still people marching into that. And what you some of you may or may not remember from last night in the Great Hall, it doesn't look like that has let up in any way, shape, or form. Um, when you walked past the entryway, still covered in ice. Um, what's different about Forge Hammer now is that the Forge matron is sitting next to him, where she was not ever here. She was wherever else she was at. Um, there are quite a few guards just in general around him. You don't see anybody not in some form of armor and with a weapon next to them, to include the people bringing food and drink. Whether it be a quick like a chain skirt or a breastplate or some kind of studded leather armor, they are equipped and ready. And seeing you guys kind of walking up, um, the Forge Hammer kind of motions and gestures, sitting at the table. At the table is food, drink. It is the time for breaking of the fast, as Forge Hammer says, "All right, so I am a bit clear of the head, and I guess this woman actually did heal me, or so she says, that there's nothing wrong. Let me tell you, lads, don't ever get married." And she kind of smacks him. Ah, oh, God. Woman! Ah! Oh, don't ever get married, huh? How many fucking times do I keep having to bring you back, you little bastard, and yet you still keep coming back? You have a fucking choice. Oh, but dear, I just love your voice when you're bitching at me. All right, so let's do this. Avalanche. You guys were supposed to be looking into the ice knife killer things. How did that turn into an avalanche and an ooze and back here? Well, somebody explain to what happened on your side, and then I'll explain what happened on ours.
Well, I'll step forward and say something. All right, I met these guys. Um, Apparently, I'm following. I got hired to follow along the same trek for this ice person, and was trying to find some leads. So I ran into these guys. Fenris had an idea where to go. There was an alcove outside of town. It was freaking snowing the whole time. Got lost nearly half the way. Then we got to a wagon that was left behind. And got investigated, and then it blew up. And the avalanche happened. Yes.
All right, so let me get this right. You're tracking down the people with the ice knife killer things into an obviously abandoned wagon And you what? You don't think it's trapped or something, and it just willy nilly open it up and shit
Oh
explodes
no,
on
they thought
you?
it was trapped. They looked, they investigated, but apparently not hard enough.
Mm,
I
all
wasn't
right.
able to disarm it.
I see. I mean, I don't know who that guy with the mask was in the fight yesterday, but it looks like you're all here. No, no, the blue one's missing. Did he blow up?
No.
We ran into a situation after the explosion and the avalanche where we were all buried in snow, and we were all lucky enough to make it out with our lives. But in order to get the rest of us out, Arklai had to sacrifice his own in order for all of us to safely make it out. Um, and he fell, yes, but the shield survived, and so did all of we, thanks to him. And it was actually that shield that, with his experience with the time he did with it, he was able to use it in a fashion that it was able to expand over a hole that was blocking our path of escape. And with that shield, that is what got all of us out of the situation.
Yeah, pretty fancy shield.
Yeah.
All right. So, booby trapped wagon explodes. Avalanche happens because of the concussion of the explosion. I get that.
I.
Buried in snow.
Mhm.
Arklai uses the Shield of Ubok to save your souls,
Yes.
sacrificing his own in the process.
I.
All right. Um, Marcel, write that down.
Yep.
Arklai, hero. We'll have to do something for him. It might be why the shield hasn't found a new owner yet, so we may have to do some last rites and respects. Did you find anything with the wagon? Any clue to the ice knife killer thing?
I think Thynar found some sort of emblem.
No, I
Or
did.
was I was gonna say, I believe it was Fenris that actually found it, but it was thanks to Thynar we were able to understand what was on it, I believe.
My mistake.
What did you lot find?
I believe you have it, Dinar.
I'll reach into my pouch and take out the little emblem, and I will hand it over to Forgehammer.
Okay. Um, kind of looks at it and at you in a leery fashion before he finally does reach out and take it and look at it. And he goes, "Oh, so you've kind of known or had a clue." Let me
I
rephrase. What made you think to go looking at a wagon? How did the ice knife killers get you to a wagon to this?
I don't know if Fenris really told us something about Arklay not being fully dead.
yeah.
I can't remember.
It was Arklai's last gift. He forced me to dig through the ice to get that.
Okay, no, I apologize if I'm not making myself clear. I get that you found this at the wagon, but what led you to the wagon? How do you get from looking for a killer who uses a knife out of permanent ice, not just like a spell, but permanent ice, to a wagon that explodes and creates an avalanche? What how did you get from A to B to C? That like, what was the connecting dot? How did you get from me telling you we've had a murder, go talk to this bounty hunter, to the wagon?
I believe we had information that the
Shady
murderer,
fish seller or something? Yeah, shady fish
the
seller, an assassin
yeah,
that one of our other people found.
the murderer was traveling with a possibly merchant caravan, and they had just left the town, and we were told that they were within, I believe, within reach. So I believe, we decided to go after them, and along the way, we found a broken down caravan, which we inspected and then failed, to say the least.
All right. What was the name of the merchant caravan?
It was
Ethics Caravan?
no, it was led by someone named Torga Icebane.
Ah, all right. Well, Torga, she is a worshipper of the Frostmaiden. Um, and there are rumors, I don't have proof, that she deals in more shady things. And if you had cause to believe that the person created these murders were part of her troupe, and if that wagon was of her and she has this token, which basically looks like the goddess Lolith has control of the Oathmaker clan in some form or fashion. That's how I would look at it, as the goddess is over the clan. Whether that is they have freely given up that, or done it on purpose, or on forced to. That's. You shake your head, Thynar, but I know what I saw yesterday. And we'll get there.
I was about to ask, but okay.
With the token basically saying those with us have free passage. Maybe you all should keep this, as he tosses it back. It may come of use. I have a feeling Thynar is going to be trying to clear his clan's name. Let me rephrase. Thynar will be trying to clear his clan's name before the battle hammers erase them from history. My armies don't march quick. A small group will. Hopefully, Thynar, you can save your clan. Or at least those nearest to you. But an avalanche happened, we'll discuss later. An avalanche happened, you all survived because Arklai sacrificed himself. Marcel, you've got all this down, right? You're writing all this for the
Yes, sir.
histories. Aye, good. Alright. So then something about an ooze. You all fought an ooze and eventually came back to the clan yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
that when you all got down is when I felt the connection through the hammer to the rest of Ubok's items and summoned them to me, which led you all down to basically saving my life in such a way. Yes, you healed me, but if I was thrown in the forge, there's no bringing me back from that. And with no heir apparent, there would have been a vacuum within the battle hammers, which would have delayed the call to war, at least by some time. So, and it seems we keep being indebted to you all the time and time again. So let me tell you the events that happened yesterday. The Forge Maidens, they are basically in charge, and there's more than just the healer types. There are fighters amongst the maidens as well, but they're always women. Um, that's just the call that happens. Not to say that our armies are made of only women. We have male, but there are only the battle maidens, or the paladins of Cord, or the clerics of Cord, and wield a level of power above most others. They are in charge, which is why you don't see the matron too often. They are in charge of verifying the tunnels are clear for as far as we care. Most of the tunnels do lead to the Underdark, but most things that come up from there are small creatures or large, weak creatures. Nothing of any significance. But the earth felt weird yesterday. A kind of hum, a vibration that the maidens couldn't pinpoint. And so scattered they were trying to find it. They fought off 4 other invasions before the one down there busted in here. And somehow the Durgar have this worm-like thing that burrows even the hardest of rock, which is how they were able to get here. But the time frame just doesn't make sense. And why I say that the Oathmakers are traitors is because there was a delegation here of the Oathmakers to, in their words, honor Ubak. However, what they really did was there's something about those collars. The drow that we had in our midst, those collars were. Man, this is a lot more history. Let me just say that they suppress their shadow-like magic so that their demonic goddess can't control them any longer. There's a faction within the Drow trying to break free from lawless control. The Oathmakers found a way to imbue certain stones within these collars to hold the magic of shadow back so that Lolith could not see them. However, they were strictly warned any time they take it off, the eyes of the goddess can see them again. When the Oathmakers arrived, they had this weird bell thing, and when they struck it, we all thought it was supposed to be some weird commemorative thing for Ubak. We're not 100% familiar with the religious things of other dwarven clans. We all have our own things of burial rites. When they struck that bell like object, all the collars shattered, and billowing smoke came out of all of the drow that we have, and we had more than just the few that you lot have seen. And a terrible slaughter ensued before one of those worm things broke out over there, and hundreds of duergar invaded, as well as Oathmaker clan dwarves. So that, Theinar, is why I say your clan are traitors. For not even a warring clan would invade another clan during the rites of funeral time. At least it has never happened before that I can remember. And so, once again, as he gestures around, and again, remember the Great Hall is 300 feet long by 100 feet wide. He gestures around it, the fights that the Battlehammer clan have been involved in. The reason why we are called the Battlehammer clan is because we do not mine any other gem except diamonds, so that when a clan member falls, we can bring them back to fight again. Every clan member has a diamond on them, and every forged maiden has the ability to bring them back in some way, shape, or form. We were a clan of battle for so many generations. We fought so many things from ice dragons to ice giants to earth dragons to different monstrosity beasts that somehow survived within the ice itself that an unsuspecting dwarf carves into and it shatters and that thing comes to life. And he points at different large creatures at these things that the clan has fought. And it goes with like every generation, there seems to be some sort of calamity event that not only is the Battle Clamor clan fighting, but there are other clans symbolized there as well. But the numbers are different as far as what is represented in these murals. Now, whether that is history for history's sake, if that is an actual depiction, or if that's just the Bettelheimer clan fluffing up their shit,
Mm-hmm.
that could be interpreted in all kinds of different ways. But then my grandfather, the first generation of peace, and peace within all the northern clans, not just within peace of the Battlehammer clans, an actual true, we will stay here, you will not stay there, we have things we can trade between us, we may not be the best of friends, but there's no need for us to go to war. No need for dwarven blood to be spilt. And now on my reign, we have to etch war again into these walls. It is very interesting to me that the ice knife led you to the Torga who had this sigil thing. I don't know how much is real. That seems too coincidental to me. But I know what I saw yesterday. There's. I don't know what could have made your clan abandon its oath like they did. That's for God's sake, they're the oath maker clan, like not the oath breaker clan.
I have a few ideas. A few.
It will. We will have to investigate the tunnels here to verify they are safe and closed, which is what you see happening over there now. Once that is done, we will be marching on to the spine of the world and invading the Oathmaker clan. There is no stopping that unless you lot, being faster than my armies, can convince me otherwise of whether we are there to remove them from history or save them. That is up to you. Now, Xenon tells me one of you has something that could be of benefit to feeding the armies, something called a bag of holding. The clan would like to purchase that from you, and she has suggested a regular bag of holding as a trade. I don't know who has what. There's already a kind of distrust here. We'll just throw that, to be honest. The fact that Ubok's weapons did not abandon you is working to your favor. I will have that bag that can potentially save my armies. So, give me a reasonable offer, or we will just take it.
So, Kappa stands. I have possession of said bag of holding. I have no reason to keep it from you. Its uses, what I used it for was merely what you're going to use it for, to keep my group fed. In return, you said you want the bag of holding for Giselle. Was that correct?
Sinon did not tell me why you all wanted the bag of holding. To me, it seemed like it was supposed to be one bag for another, but she seems to think your bag, since it specifically has some sort of cold or ice magic to it, it's different than the planar pockets. Did I say that right? Planar pockets of a bag of holding. She seems to think that the mushrooms will actually thrive and grow, not just be frozen in the moment. So, here is a bag of holding for your bag of holding.
May I confer with my group?
Oh, aye, you can confer away, but just again, we will have that bag one way or the other.
Okay.
You either get it with a bag of holding or with nothing. Either way, we're getting the bag.
So can we
Hmm.
confer, or are we allowed?
Sure, yeah, go ahead, confer away. Yeah, go ahead and sure.
Uh, should we try to ask for anything more than a bag of holding?
I had an idea. And I'll say this to everyone just as an idea. If you'll remember, when we went and we fought that Yeti the first time we ever came here, we did receive from the clan that tent that was quite helpful to all of us in surviving the harsh environment of this place, this location.
Hmm.
Instead of a bag of holding, might it be more considerable to see if we could get one of those tents in exchange, possibly?
Ah. Okay.
Hmm.
Kappa,
Yes.
I can't speak for you. I know you use that bag to hold your meat, but I mean,
I can
depending
get meat. I can get meat anywhere.
true. I mean, do you all think that would be something considerable to maybe
Yes,
ask for? Because that will help us greatly in our travels around this place.
I
Something
agree.
I thought about.
I
Are
agree
we
as
in
well.
accordance?
What was that?
Are we in accordance?
Hmm.
I believe so. Well, first, I'd like to see, maybe ask, what would, if one would be enough, or I don't know if it'd be possible to maybe get as a two, as like maybe a backup. I don't know how much they would put as a price on those things, but
One was plenty. I think
Hmm.
one was plenty.
true. That's very true.
So okay.
Right? Yeah,
All
I
right.
would definitely think that's a good idea to inquire about that.
Okay. All right.
Alright, so Naval, you're not exactly a quiet person. Y'all want a clan tent
Well, we are at the
in
table.
exchange for the bag of colding. Is that where we are at this point?
If
Yes.
Yes.
that is possible, yes.
Well, I mean, aren't they still working for your services under your service?
No, it no. At this point, it's them working for Thynar or with Thynar to save his clan. I do not care one way or the other. I am perfectly fine with eradicating his clan. It is a chance for him. It's up to, it'll be very phrase. If he chooses to go ahead of the Battle Hammer army and attempt to figure out what has transpired in hopes to save his clan from certain annihilation, that is his prerogative. If he chooses to take the tent and continue on trying to find the ice knife killer person, that would then be Battlehammer clan business. They may or may not end up being the same. That's I don't know at this point. However, your tent, yes, easily done. The bag of holding was already emptied. You might as well take that too,
Ooh,
and we will take
cool.
the bag of colding.
In
Sounds like a
accordance.
deal.
That's agreed. Then yes.
Okay.
Perfect.
All right.
I'll empty all of my meat out of it.
I think you already did, didn't you?
Did I?
when we were in the
it was maybe you were talking
I
about
said-
it whenever we were gonna put the
Body.
Giselle's body
we were
into
gonna
it,
body
but
it,
Yeah,
we
yeah.
emptied it, but yeah.
Okay, I'll just.
side note.
Hey,
I do not want to have to eradicate your clan. I sincerely hope you're able to bring some kind of proof or even stop whatever madness has infested there. Cut it out like a cancer before we
I,
get there.
I do have a question actually with that. The Giselle and the others, were they traded from my clan or were they from somewhere else?
They were sent here as supposed gifts, and I will tell you that the Oathmaker clan sent them to all of the area clans.
Oh.
I am certain that we are not the only clan to have this issue. I do not know if we are the only ones to still have leadership to be able to sound the drums of war. I do
I
not
have
know how many are marching. We have not even begun to take the time to investigate that. However, when we received our quote gifts, the reason why Giselle was so close to me was because she and I had a very candid conversation um, about how they are in hiding. There are divisions within the Drow that are trying to separate, and the duergar have started invading Drow space. So
Oh,
they 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 took their chance during the chaos to escape, and it seemed as though they had made some sort of pact or bargain with your clan, though she would not tell me what. They were able to get these collars that held their shadowy magics at bay and supposedly kept the eyes of their evil demoness goddess thing from being able to see them.
well, this may be just my heart's hope, but I personally believe, and I've thought about it for a while now, that the only reasonable explanation for myself and the thoughts of my clan is that, as you can see on that symbol, the drow that still hold to their evil goddess managed to either take over my clan or threaten us enough to where my clan lord would have agreed in sparing our clan to do their bidding. That is the only thing I can think of that would cause my clan to turn on any dwarf.
For your sake, I hope you're right. But in the peace that was made between the clans, there was ways of communication that could have happened to help and reinforce your clan against such a thing. A pact of attack on one is attack on all is had and has been in place for some time. So unless there's some madness that is infected the clan leader where that magic wasn't used, again for your sake, I hope that is true and that they really have not willingly thrown their lot in
I have
with
to
that
believe it.
demon.
We've been fighting them for generations. It would make no sense.
Aye.
I'll find a way.
All right. Well, with that, you lot can, as a thanks for basically saved my life. Yes, you brought me back. That's fine, but I could have been cast into. You may request items from us within reason for your travels ahead. You will be given your tent and this bag in exchange for the bag of holding. And I will pass on one little tidbit. Your items of Ubak,
Aye.
if you concentrate hard enough, you can communicate with another wielder of an Ubak item
Ooh.
within a certain range.
Good to know.
That is
Ooh.
something for you all to discover. And that's where we will end tonight's episode
Woo.
of Rime of the Frostmaiden.
Oh, Lord have
Yay.
mercy.
Okay.
Lord have mercy.
With a invasion, an army defeated, some potential hope for Thynar's clan, and Giselle turned into a statue. New potential friend and ally, and some that will be leaving us as they embark on their own in real life adventure.
Yes.
Hmm.
Oh, man.
That was a really good game.
Damn, that was such a.
Mm-hmm.
I can't wait for the future. Oh,
Let's
God.
see, who are we gonna go raid? We gotta go raid somebody.
Good night. I'm gonna head
Yeah.
out.
Good
Okay,
night,
good night, man.
Leaf.
For playing
Have
with
a
us,
good one,
man. We're
man.
gonna miss you.
Yeah, I'm
miss
gonna
you.
miss you. Thanks for having us. It's been super awesome. I'm hoping you guys get well, and Marcel, they'll get along with the party really good. You take care, all right?
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Rainer.
You take care as well, man.
What do we have that we can do? Oh, look at these guys
Well,
are
you can still
doing
watch what happens.
Icewind Dale. Let's go raid these people. They're doing the same game.
Nice.
Yeah.
Interesting. Lovely.
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 Oh,
Clickety
1
clackety
million.
RTA. Have a good one, Twitch. And we're raiding.